Welcome back. So the next session, the current session would be on the panya or the prajna or anyata or shunyata or the examination of the shunyata from the Pali tradition as well as from the Sanskrit tradition. So for this, I would like to invite Venerable Ken Rinpoche Tashi to chair the session. Ken Rinpoche Tashi is the 91st Chief Abbot of Saramay Monastery, appointed by His Holiness, and he has been the resident teacher at Jamyang Buddhist Center, London for 24 years. He also has a Haramba Geshe degree, equivalent to a PhD from the Saramay Monastery, Monastic University, and subsequently he taught in Sera, in Koppal Monastery in Nepal, in the Gandhi Foundation College in Nagpur, Nalanda Monastery in France, and moving to UK, he has been the resident teacher for the Jamyang Buddhist Center for the last 24 years. So next, I would like to invite Venerable Yulting Tulku from the Ganden Shartse Monastery to come on the stage. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Ashin Theravamsa, Principal of Diparanga International Pali School and Assistant Lecturer, International Theravada Buddhist Missionary University from Yangon, Myanmar. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Geshe Jamyan Nobula, Geshe Haramba from Depong Losiling Monastery, India. And next, I would like to invite Venerable Geshe Ngawang Sunamla, translator for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama Dharamsala. And next, the last speaker, Reverend Jokan Ono. Reverend Jokan Ono, would you please come to the stage? He is the head priest of the Fugenji Temple, Japan. Without further ado, I would like to request Ken Rinpoche Tashi. Before that, we have two guests of honors. One is Gyabji Yongzi Ling Rinpoche, who is already seated here. Then the next, we have the most venerable Pra Sutiratana Bandit. Venerable Pra Sutiratana Bandit? Oh, he's here. Okay. So Gyabji Ling Rinpoche and Pra Sutiratana Bandit will be the guest of honor for this session. And Ken Rinpoche, please chair the session.
With sincere respect to the two most chief guests, bhikshus and bhikshunis, upasaka and upasika, and lay practitioners. It is a great honor to be here to participate in this very important conference, bridging the two major Buddhist traditions and building the trust between the practitioners from different traditions. And my task here as a chairperson to keep the time according to the schedule. And so my remark that I'm going to make will be at the end of the question and answer session. So we are going to start the session itself. Each speaker has 10 minutes to present your presentation, and I'm sure most of the speakers are very learned and experienced speakers. Therefore, to keep your points on the main, whatever that you are going to say, on the main points, in order to not to miss your important points due to the lack of the time. So each speakers have 10 minutes. I will not read your biography because it is already clearly written in the booklet. People who are interested in, to understand the speaker's biography, you can read from the booklet. So I will not, because to save the time, I will not read the biography. So the first speaker is Venerable Yolting Tuku, Kandin Shatse Monastery. Rinpoche, please proceed to the podium and start your speech.
So firstly, I would like to pay homage to the three jewels and especially to the Sangha who have come to this international Sangha conference. And as the topic that I'm going to talk about is about interdependence, which is a really important topic from Nalanda tradition and also in Buddhist teachings. So before we start the session, I would like to share a story that happened with me before I came here and when I was going to Bangalore for a medical checkup. At that point of time, I was having lunch after my checkup. Then as I was eating, there was one Indian ex-Air Force, who said that he wanted to talk to me about Buddhism. So after I finished my lunch, I went to talk to him, and plus I had a time constraint of having to leave early to get back to my place. So when we were talking about that, we talked about everything from impermanence till from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's teachings and till emptiness. So at the last 5 minutes when we were talking about emptiness, then I had to explain to them that Madhyamaka philosophy or the Nalanda tradition accepts emptiness. So when I told him about that, then he was really shocked that how can something be empty? Then nothing would exist. Then how would you be eating the lunch that you are? So as I was I wanted to explain, but I had only like 1 to 2 minutes time, and I tried to explain it to him, but due to time constraints and the train about to leave, I was not able to do that. So at that point of time, there was time constraints. Similarly here, the topic that I was going to explain to him was about interdependence. Here also, I'm going to talk about interdependence, which is a really complex and intriguing subject, but due to time constraints, I won't be able to delve deep. So I will just like to give a gist to all of you that later on you may have if you want to know more deep about it, you can do it. So, next slide, please. So basically, for understanding interdependence theory of the Nalanda tradition, we must first understand what's the significance of it. Could you please place the slides? Yeah, the significance of the interdependence theory. Next one. The sutras where Buddha has taught about it and the meaning of interdependence. The third one is how to apply it to our own practice. And the fourth one is how the modern correlation with science and etc. So, firstly, next slide. The significance of interdependence theory. So, firstly, I would like to have a thought experiment with all of the audience that have gathered here. What do you think if all the bees in this world dies right now? When we think about it, we may think the bees may die and we won't get honey. That's it. But if you think more deeper about it, then we would be able to know that what type of effect it will have to us. I don't know whether this quote is quoted to Einstein or not, but it's generally attributed to Einstein, but I don't know whether it's actually Einstein. It says that if all the bees died in this world right now, then in 4 years' time, all the mankind would die. So that quote, whether it is attributed to Einstein or not, whether it holds true or not, I will try to explain the complex relations of interdependencies between bees and mankind's dying, right? So, next slide. So, bees are basically a flower pollinator, right? So, for flowers to arise and for food, for the food supply to arise, a mutual dependency is vital for the ecosystem balance. The bees pollinate the flower, and in return, they gather nectar from it and sustain themselves. So, we as human beings, basically, we don't understand. I'm not saying all of you, but of course me, I don't understand the immediate and the long-term consequences of what happens due to our actions. Basically, whether it be the mental actions or any type of other actions. So, that's the thing. So, next slide, please. So, as interdependency is really important, and without which the core teachings of Buddha's, like the Four Noble Truths and mindfulness and everything won't make sense. So it's really important to delve deep into this topic. So the sutras where I'm just going to list some of the sutras. Of course, there are a lot of different sutras where Buddha has talked about interdependency. I'm just going to list the more famous ones. One is the Rice Sapling Sutra, where Buddha just looked at the rice sapling and give a explanation of the inner 12 links of interdependence and how the rice sapling arises from the seed. So the second sutra is the first dependent arising and its division. Basically, these two have the same subject, but they have different ways of interpreting it. The third is the Arya Pratyaya Samupada Namas Mahayana Sutra. So these three are the main sutras that Buddha has talked about. So firstly, in the let's say rice sapling sutra or rice seedling sutra, basically Buddha looked at the rice sapling and taught that the one who sees dependent arising sees phenomena, and the one who sees phenomena sees the Buddha. So here the phenomena is basically referring to the Eightfold Path and etc. And next slide. Yes. So as we go deep into to know the meaning of dependent arising, we come to the conclusions that there are three different levels of dependent arising. One is the casual dependence, which is simply which is simply we can understand it as a seedling giving birth to a flower or a tree or whatever, with relation to its substantial and contributing causes. The next, we can also, all of these are examples of causal dependence. Also, if we talk more about it, then the 12 links of dependent originations are also a causal dependence, where it shows that without a concordant cause, it won't arise. Now, the second level of dependent arising is the dependence on paths. So, what does this mean is, suppose a laptop, the laptop is dependent on its parts, right? Suppose the processor and keyboard and battery and what else is there? Display, etc. Also, even if you go in different parts of it, the keyboard is reliant on its keys, and the display is reliant on each of the micro LEDs that are there, right? So, and even the battery is reliant on the chemical composition that makes it up. So, this is the dependence of path. So the first part, the causal dependence, are accepted by all of the schools, all the 4 schools of Buddhist philosophy. And dependence on the paths is basically more towards the Madhyamaka, 2 of the Madhyamaka schools. So the third part, so could you go? So the third part, third level of dependent arising is the dependent arising existing merely imputed by the label or the conceptual mind. So what does that mean? So this is the most complex understanding of dependent arising, which is really hard to understand. So firstly, to understand this dependent arising, you must understand emptiness, which I'm sure my fellow panelists will be giving more thoughts about how to understand emptiness and all. This level of dependent arising would be understand just after we realize emptiness. So basically, as we can see, 3 homes, we name it differently. One as bedroom, one as meditation room, one as dining room. That is merely a label, and it is dependent on the many factors, right? Suppose there is a shrine in the meditation room and the bed in the bedrooms, and etc. So that's just a label that's being imputed upon the houses. So if we change the meaning, could you go on the next slide, please? Yeah. So if you change the meaning, we can name the first as the dining room, the third as the meditation room, and second as the bedroom. It won't lose its meaning, but if we go and try to find the inherent existence that is the bedroom, we won't be able to find it. We can deduct it by using the 7-fold reasoning of Chandrakirti and etc. So next slide. Also, it's similar for the tall and the short. Okay, so we can just skip this part. Yeah. So the middle one, if we can call it short, right? But it's dependent on the 2 factors, whether it's shorter than the longer tree or it's longer than the shorter tree. So that's that. So actually, this is also a really complicated matter. So if things are merely postulated by minds that accord with worldly convention and have no existence from their sides, then why is that even if we call a stone gold, it does not become gold, and it does not have the functionality of the gold? Whereas gold maintains the conventional identity of gold when we call it gold. So basically, to answer, there are many different answers to this question, right? So many from different traditions try to answer it. So basically, one of the answers, next slide, is basically there are 3 criteria to exist conventionally, which I won't be reading, as you probably, next slide, next and next, yeah, which you probably can see there. So basically what I'm trying to say here is all of these are related to Buddha's all of the Buddha's teachings are related to dependence and interdependence. So next, yeah. So out of 84,000 Buddhist teachings or divisions of Buddhist teachings can be directly or indirectly be linked to the core meaning of interdependence. So whatever Buddha teaches is either directly related to dependence or indirectly related to dependence. So next slide. So now the interdependence's effect on practice is we will be able to cultivate compassion more and empathy more. Next, bodhicitta or anicca, dukkha, and anatta and sunyata. Next, and insight into the real this. So as now, due to time constraints, I'll just be giving us slight correlations with modern science. The one is the butterfly effect, where dependent arising, the levels of dependent arising is into action. According to this theory, every action, no matter how small it is interconnected with a vast web of consequences. Suppose a butterfly flapping its wings in US could be causing a tornado here, which is simply really interesting and intriguing. The second correlation is the theory of special relativity, where it shows time as relative depending on the observer, which relates to the fact of second level of dependent arising. And the third is neuroscience, where it's simply said that the self is an entity that is merely exists by the brain activity or the brain cells. So which kind of correlates with the third of where its self is existent only on the brain.
Rinpoche,
Yes.
can you conclude your
Yes.
speech, please?
Now this is the conclusion. Next slide, please. Yes. The conclusion here that I'm trying to present is the principle of interdependency profoundly influences Buddhist practice, and it not only provides a philosophical foundation for understanding the nature of reality with emptiness and modern correlation, of course, but also has a practical implications for ethical conduct and compassion and the pursuit of enlightenment. As I was not able to delve deep into this, I'm sure my fellow panelists will be going more deeper into this. So I thank you, and I hope that this presentation would benefit all sentient beings and would be elevated from all of the sufferings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rinpoche, your detailed explanation on the Patita Samuppada, dependent origination, from the different levels of the sutras, explaining three understanding of dependent origination from the point of view of the three levels. Thank you very much. Now, our next speaker is Venerable Ashin Tharavamsa, Principal of the Dharagana International Pali School from Myanmar. Please come and give your speech. You have 12 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, all of Sanghas, chairperson, moderators, listeners, and speakers. Now, I'm going to present the title, Exploring Depth of Panya Prajna, Role of Wisdom in the Path of Enlightenment, and how it can be cultivated in the modern world. Panya wisdom plays the most important role in liberation from the cycle of suffering and the teachings of the Buddha. There is no light similar to wisdom, and there is no darkness similar to ignorance. When light appears, darkness disappears. In the same way, when there is wisdom, there is no ignorance. When there is no ignorance, there is wisdom. And they are the opposite of each other. Next slide. The opposite of wisdom, panya, which ignorance. Ignorance is the opposite of vajra. which is the synonym of Pinya, wisdom. According to the grammatical point of view, it is a combination of the particle not, and which are knowing. So it means not knowing. Here, which does not mean not knowing worldly and ordinary things, such as the names of the people or certain places, but it means not knowing that which should be known, that is, the Four Noble Truths. Knowing the Four Noble Truths can liberate beings from the wrath, rebirth. Moreover, it covers the real nature of things and Four Noble Truths, so that one cannot understand the truth as a result, cleaving does not attach to the object. They are said as the rule of the wrath of rebirth find the Buddha and the Prasangika. Next, Pinya. Pinya is opposite of the awakening. So we shall understand Pinya is that knowing the true nature of the things such as impermanence, suffering, and non-self, and Four Noble Truths. Next, okay. Three types of wisdom, Pinya. Various wisdoms are seen in the Valedictory, but three kinds of wisdom are stated here. First, wisdom based on learning, literally listening. Sutamiya Pinya. Second, wisdom based on thinking, Chaitamiya Pinya. And the last one, wisdom based on mental development, Paunamiya Pinya. Of them, the Buddha regards the last one as the most important. Fourth type of wisdom is where it will be made clear in next. Okay, next slide. Okay. Our Bodhisattva regards the last one as the most important. Our Bodhisattva became the Buddha because he pondered his and practiced mental development. As we all know, on the full moon day of May, the Bodhisattva approached the Bodhi tree, sat under the Bodhi tree, and made a resolution that he would not change his posture or break the posture until he became the Buddha. Then he practiced meditation under the Bodhi tree the whole night. He practiced mindfulness of breathing meditation, anapanasati. During the first part of the night, he attained the first jhana, the second jhana, the third jhana, and the fourth jhana. In other words, he attained all four rupavsara jhanas. Then he continued his meditation practice, and he attained another four jhanas, therefore arupavsara jhanas. After that, he continued his practice, and he gained what is called supernormal knowledge, which is called abhignana in Pali. It is a particular supernormal knowledge by which he could remember all his past lives. Next. The Bodhisattva continued his practice. During the middle part of the night, he gained another supernormal knowledge, Sutupata Jnana or Tepa Chakku Jnana. By that supernormal knowledge, he was able to see beings dying from one existence and being from another existence according to their karma, good or bad. He saw them very clearly as if they were only suffering. He continued his meditation during the last part of the night. He practiced vipassana meditation. When he practiced vipassana meditation, he took the 12 factors, that is, ignorance, avijja, formation, sankhara, and so on, and the law of dependent rising. as an object of vipassana meditation. In other words, he trying to see the impermanent nature, suffering nature, and the natural nature of these 12 factors. Next, before he practiced vipassana meditation, on the factors of dependent rising, he entered into the fourth Rupavasra jhana based on mindfulness of breathing after getting into it and getting out of it. He entered into that jhana and then he emerged from that jhana. Then he practiced vipassana meditation on the factors of dependent rising, going back and forth millions of times. He practiced vipassana meditation on the 12 factors as much as he liked. As a result of that vipassana, he attained enlightenment just before dawn, or almost simultaneously with the dawn. He sat down at the Bodhi tree. Then he practiced meditation and attained enlightenment as the Buddha at dawn the next day. Next, emptiness, Sonya. All beings, all sentient beings are a combination of mind and matter, of aggregates and internal basis of them. Mind is also Sonya, matter is also Sonya, aggregates are also Sonya, and internal basis are also Sonya. What is Sonya? It is a Pali term that is equivalent to the Sanskrit term Sunya. Its meaning is stated in Pali English dictionary thus: empty, void of reality, phenomena, and nirvana. Sonya is mentioned in the Prajna Pramita Sutra thus: Bodhisattva Avaloki Swara. Relying on his luminous wisdom, perceived all five skandhas are empty. In other words, Bodhisattva deeply practiced Prajna Pramita, that is, the rule of ultimate reality, and attained Tao, realizing that the skandhas are empty of such. Moreover, in the Sonya Doctor of the Prasangika Mecca, Plenary Ananda asked, the blessed one about the Sonya thus: Plenary saw the one is white, the was white is said, in what way is the what white? The blessed one answered thus: because it is white of self, or of what belongs to self. Therefore, the what is white is said Ananda. And was it that white
Venerable,
of self?
slowly conclude your speech.
Okay. To self, ignorance covers the true nature of things, such as impermanence, suffering, and non-self, and four truths. Therefore, a craving attaches aggregates, and a wrong view takes aggregates as I or self. What we call beings, individuals, is the combination of aggregates in which there is an emptiness of self, as long as ignorance, craving, or existing in mind. Beings were not free from suffering. Our bodhisattva gained supernormal knowledge that can see the past life and time and being form. Beings realize empty of self, and aggregates and elsewhere removed all manner defilements. And through the practice of wisdom based on mental development, we disciples of the Buddha should try to reduce and remove all manner defilements, including ignorance and craving, rule of wrong of rebirth. And through the practice of wisdom based on learning, based on thinking, and based on the mental development. Thank you. Thank you all for attention.
Thank you, Venerable. your explanation on the understanding why wisdom, panya, is important due to dispel the ignorance. Also, you explained the bodhisattva states. Also, a quite thorough explanation about how vipassana meditation can be done with the understanding of dependent origination. And you concluded the way the Shunyata teaching is mainly come from with the Pandaparamita Sutra. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Venerable Geshe Jamyang Nopo, Geshe Haramba, from Debung Loseling Monastery, India. Geshe-la, please start your speech.
Kangiche Jiva Tatsundi in Panjirba, Tenjaba Jusun, Kotandela Chazalo. Pay homage to His Holiness Potent Dalai Lama at Tenzin Chanso and the manifestation of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva Mahasattva. So I would like to behave express here on behalf on the Sino Lotus Foundation from Vietnam to hearty congratulations to you all and Mahasangha and Kerumboche, Geshes, and so many Sangha who attended this great conference. So I think it is immensely, really wonderful and auspicious to host such a great event in this Bodh Gaya. So that's my heart congratulations to organizer, International Sangha Forum and Bodh Gaya 2023. So my topic is anatta and shunyata. Anatta means that with Tibetan terminology, so we call it dhammepa. And shunyata means that we Tibetan call it tongbani or emptiness. So my outline content is the root test of anatta and shunyata. And what is the anatta or shunyata? Third one is how to understand the anatta and shunyata. And the fourth one is how to relevance to today's world. Now I have three categories in the Sanskrit language, anatman, and the Hindu philosophy called atman, this called anatman. So, under which test the Prajnaparamita Sutra and the Heart Sutra and the Diamond Sutra and so on and so forth. Now next we commentaries of the Prajnaparamita Sutra as follows. Nagarjuna's fundamental wisdom, Ayadeva's 400 verses, Chandrakriti's Madhyamika Avataranama, and so other many commentaries by the Indian great master. So now we why the Buddhists always talk about anicca, it's mitapa. Anicca and anatta and shunyata. Because we should understand the reality of the phenomena which to be liberated from the ocean of suffering. According to the Buddhist perspective, the ignorance is the root of suffering, as well as the root of samsara. The ignorance which we are discussing about is the main cause of suffering. It is not merely about looking at the inner. It means the ignorance means it is not merely about unknowing certain conditions or views, but rather towards the wrong views of the grasping of the independent self. So now it here, so no need to iterate too much, and no need to introduce each other. Maybe because you are all the scholars and Kempo, Geshes, and all already professional on this case, so no iterate about this one. But my main point is we always talking about that ignorance is the root of suffering, the root of samsara, that it is arises so many negative emotions. And afflicted emotions, it makes suffering for all sentient beings. We always we talk, reiterate about this one. So now how to do is that we have to try to purify the negative emotions, and we should realize that, what is the reality of the phenomena. So at the Buddhist point of view, we hope to, if you purify the negative emotions, already removed eradicated your such thing, the afflicted emotion, the anger, jealousy, desire, attachment. So then, through the practice of the wisdom, and which understanding the emptiness or shunyata. So now we have questions. If you remove all negative emotions that are due to the understanding emptiness, it can remove or not. And how do we can remove? Because it is the natural organization. We should think again that why nature organizes the ignorance and all negative emotions to put in all sentient being. Why there are so many negative emotions, so many afflicted emotions are already occupied in our mind. Why? Because it is natural organized already in our mind. So now you look at the Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory of organisms. It mentioned that it's a natural selection, it's a natural rule. This cannot remove all negative emotions and the ignorance from your mind. So now we had to try to prepare the answer for these questions. So otherwise, we try to Theravada traditions, the Mahayana traditions, all of them, whether you are belong to which vehicle, it's try to fundamental goal is the Nibbana or enlightenment. And Nibbana means extinguished everything in the Theravada tradition. Something there, we Buddhists have so many different schools. Some kind of Theravada schools there that Nibbana means distinguished. Now, extinguished that craving, the desire, attachment, and sub-grasping, all negative emotions extinguished. Then your body, 5 spindle and the 5 aggregates also distinguished. Then why is the wisdom of ultimate goal? Why we try to practice on so many different precepts and wisdom, and there are so many paths to the enlightenment. That's why we had to do. Because the fundamental goal is extinguished. So, on Buddhist case and Tibetan Buddhism, so we call it when the Arhat being, enlightened beings, the Arhat and the Buddha, after the death of the Buddha, what happened? Arhat, the enlightened being, cravings are extinguished, desire, attachment, and so many negative emotions extinguished, but enlightened mind be continues. Our heart is after the death, the multi-billion years they remain the meditation state, and finally they engage to the Mahayana path and practice the more, and finally they go to achieve the enlightenment. So it is the Mahayana traditions. So now what I mean is I have to prepare the answers where some kind of the Theravada tradition, that means extinguish that Nibbana. What is the final goal. Now, as please my previous slide. Previous one. Now here I'm talking about the free from these themes. Otherwise, we how to remove all negative emotions. It's dependent on the understanding the emptiness. So that's why emptiness is a very a crucial topic, the controversial topic. So it's not easy to understand. It's so controversial. So here I'm collecting the main meaningful, what is more logical reasons, some kind of commentators from Nagarjuna's Fundamental Wisdom and Chandrakirti's Madhyamika Avataranama. So now here's the free from the four esteems, nothing else by itself, nothing else by other side, nothing else by both them, nothing else without cause and conditions. Next one. Here, Acharya Chandrakirti mentioned that free from 7 esteems. The combination of the body is not self. The shape of the body is not self. The person related to the body is not self. The body related to the person is not self. The person indwelt to the body is also not self. A person united with the body is not self. A person separate from the body is also not self. Then where we can find the self.
Geshe-la, please slowly conclude your speech.
Because I showing the picture of the chariot, it symbolizes free from 7 esteems. Next, please. So now here's 3 awakening. The awakening from sleeping, awakening from the mind of the child, and awakening from the normal persons. Next. And next. Okay. Now I have here the 4 pictures. First, and symbolize here the one person sleeping, the dreaming, the play, something like. It's some person they were dreaming, and the dreaming person is not a real person, but people grasping it within the sleeping, they're grasping the real ones. Second picture is showing the children. The children's capacity is very low. That's why it's a cartoon picture. They are very interested with the cartoon picture. Why? They don't know. So not realize what is real or on the fake one. Actually, on the cartoon, they're just like illusions, not true. But the children capacity is very low, and not fully wake up. So that's why they are grasping the truly existence. So next, with the normal person also, we grasping the house and tables, everything, we grasping truly existence. When we get the enlightenment, the fully working out at that time, every phenomena was just like illusion and there's nothing. So that's one. So now we are here to draw some picture. It's to symbolize, because here this concept of shunyata arises in the idea of the true truth and the form of truth and the table jars. It also the concept of shunyata. The true truth also depends on the concept of shunyata. So here here's nothing and something come out from there. Another this blue big circle is symbolizing the emptiness and nothingness, suchness. And the other dark blue and the big one is symbolizing conventional truths. If you follow to the emptiness, when you realize the emptiness, shunyata, you will get reach the path, the practice on the path to enlightenment, the nirvana and the cessation, the suffering. If you follow the dark blue, the conventional truth, it is artificial, it is contaminated things. Those if you follow to the blue darkness, it is the conventional truth, not the real one. That's that you create and the origin of suffering. Then it project produce the truth of suffering. This we talk about something more about how emptiness and the truth of the four truth, what is the interdependent and the relationship. So that's one.
Thank you very much, Kishla. Okay. Your time is run out now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I must conclude. My chairperson, Ceramic Rinpoche Geshe Tashi called me now. May I all sentient beings to liberate from samsara and its cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Geshe-la. Geshe-la has started his presentation to understand about the anatta and also shunyata, and to understand why the teaching of this anatta and shunyata is the sources, the Sanskrit sources, Pali sources, and also goes around why it is important to have this understanding of shunyata due to to dispel the ignorance, which is the root of our difficulties, and how ignorance ignites all other afflictions such as attachment, aversion, and so forth. And also Geshe-la talk about what happens after the experiencing arhatship or nirvana, and also what happens after attaining full enlightenment. Also Geshe-la talk about the concept of emptiness is started from the two truths, and two truths can be traced back to the Four Noble Truths, and the Four Noble Truths we can talk about the three jewels. Thank you very much, Geshe-la, for your speech. Now our next speaker is Venerable Geshe-ngawang Samden, Geshe-ngawang Sonam, translator for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Office of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Dharamsala, India. Geshe-la, proceed to your speech.
Kashisu Sumbain, Kenda Tumba Laname, Jawa Tenji Jawajum Sishi Tumba Telatu. With this salutation to Buddha Shakyamuni, composed by the erudite Tibetan scholar Lama Tsongkhapa, I begin my presentation by first paying my obeisance to His Eminence Gyabji Ling Rinpoche, the reincarnation of the tutor, the senior tutor of His Holiness Dalai Lama. And my also homage goes to the emeritus abbot of my own monastery, Sereme Monastery, along with the panelists in the Sangha Assembly, and all the dignitaries, as well as lay practitioners and other participants. And also I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present my view on selflessness or emptiness in Sanskrit tradition, particularly Prasangika Buddhist school of thought. So since we have limited time, I think this doesn't seem to be working. So the slide, can you go into the next slide? Okay. So now in the practice of emptiness, it's very important to have a foundation to begin with, because if you don't have the foundation, then there's no real spare for the path to grow. So at the foundational basis, what we call is establishing the two truths. So here Nagarjuna, who emerged, I think around 80 years after the demise of great Parinirvana of Buddha Shakyamuni, said this in Mula Madhyamaka Karika, Fundamental Wisdom. In the Dhamma and the that the Buddhas expound perfectly based on the two truths, the worldly conventional truth and the truth of ultimate reality. So the same concept has been resonated by Vasubandhu, Bandhu of the 4th and 5th century, in his proper mode of exposition, where he says, with the worldly object of deceptive worldly mind on one side, and the object of trans-worldly mind and thought, the conventional and the ultimate reality has been spoken respectively. Can you go to the next slide? So without a basis of conventional truth, ultimate truth cannot be taught. So the ultimate truth, to begin with, if you don't have a proper idea of the conventional truth, there is a great risk of falling into the extreme of nihilism, thinking that now, because we are not able to trace, pinpoint any single concrete entity, that things do not exist. So if you have a proper foundation of a conventional existence of the things, then you are on the safe path when you explore the reality of emptiness, because you will not fall into the extreme of nihilism or denial. So without understanding the ultimate reality, nirvana or liberation cannot be attained. So in 70 stanzas, the slide is gone off, so without the slide and without help of my computer, I cannot go further, so please bear with me for a few seconds. Okay. So, again, Nagarjuna says, as everything is devoid of any intrinsic existence, this dependent origination has been properly taught by the incomparable Tathagata. The ultimate or sublime reality is just this. The Buddha of perfection and endowment has said that by relying on the worldly convention, every diverse aspects of phenomena is perfectly imputed. So here again, same concept that to understand emptiness, you have to maintain or retain the conventional existence of things. Next slide. Now, staircase of views to Prasangika emptiness. Many of our Western followers wanted to jump directly to Madhyamaka, to great perfection, to Mahamudra. But usually, if you really want to train properly, you have to build the foundations. So likewise, in order to build the foundation of Prasangika's viewpoint of emptiness, there are many staircases that you have to study, because if you study them, you shouldn't belittle them saying that these are foundations. Actually, foundations are things from where you begin. So the staircases of views to be practiced until you reach Prasangika's viewpoints are as follows: selflessness of eternal, single, unitary, and independent self. So here, usually, we have the concept of soul in Christianity and other religious traditions, and concept of Atma in Hinduism and other religious traditions too. So when you ask them to explain the concept of the soul or the self, independent self, they will say it doesn't have any parts, so it's single. It doesn't degenerate. It's not subject to impermanence, so it's permanent. And it doesn't depend on the aggregates, psychophysical aggregates that we have, or the 5 aggregates. So it's independent of the aggregates. So apart from our body and mind, they postulate an independent self, which is just on its own, and which doesn't have any parts, and which is permanent, and which is not subject to impermanence. So that is negated usually in the Theravada text very strictly. This is also mentioned greatly in our treatises. Second is the more difficult one, selflessness of substantially autonomous self. Now, we tend to think of a self which is like the owner of our body. When we say, this is me, this is my body, this is my title, this is my mind, we tend to think there is a separate I, which is the owner, the possessor of the body, whereas the body, the mind, is your object of possession. So that's what it means by substantially autonomous from the body and the mind, based on which basically I is imputed. So it's such a substantially autonomous self is again negated. Absence of such an autonomous self is another level of selflessness. Third one, okay, let's see. Now, the first two one are with respect to person, beings, okay, not just phenomena. So when we explain selflessness or emptiness, the basis of emptiness is divided into 2, being or person and the non-person. The rest of the phenomena, which is not a person or a being, these are phenomena. All the being is a phenomena. In this context, a being and phenomena are mutually exclusive. Usually not mutually exclusive. So now selfless of phenomena. Emptiness of distinct external entities. So this is Chittamata's viewpoint, which is quite close to what quantum physicists says about the absence of a single independent external entity. We are not going to go into detail because we have limited time. Next is emptiness being the referential object of its label from its own side. So when I call someone with your name, for example, let me take a name. Okay, I'll take just my name. That's the closest thing I can remember. So when I say I'm Ngawang Sonam, I tend to think this is the name Ngawang Sonam. That's the label. And from my side, I'm independently the locus of that name or label. So you can also use your own name when you say, I'm this and that. Or if you say, this is a wristwatch, independently from its own side, it seems to be the focal point of the reference, the label wristwatch. But this is not the case. We could have called it a computer in the beginning. Why is this a wristwatch and not a computer? Because it's just labeled as such. So understanding this actually is really helpful in getting closer to Prasangika's viewpoint. Next is, Okay, emptiness of true existence. So this is a common kind of viewpoint between the Madhyamikas. Basically, they will say things don't truly exist. So when you say they have no true existence, this is quite vague. So now we have to, but Prasangika particularly say things do not exist independently, Rashingitupa, or on their own intrinsically. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this reason, as my colleague here from Gandeshaza Monastery has already explained, I'm not going to go into the sevenfold reasonings, but I'm going to read it. The chariot is not accepted to be separate from its part, nor is it non-separate or one with its part, or neither is possessed its parts, or nor is it in its parts, or not the parts in it. So it is not a mere collection of the parts, nor is it the shape or the color of the chariot. So if you try to take a chariot and try to find a chariot within a chariot, you won't be able to find a chariot, even though we all agree that a chariot exists. So we are not able to find an independent chariot, not that we are unable to locate a chariot. Although it does not exist in sevenfold possibilities, both on the level of suchness as well as worldly convention, without such analysis and through worldly convention alone, it is designated in dependence upon parts. So when we designate things, label things, of course, there is some kind of analysis that occurs, but not analysis on the ultimate nature of the thing. So when we, of course, we have investigation team, in crime branch, in CBI, and so forth. So there is analysis there. We do researches. These researches are not on the ultimate level. These are all at the conventional level. So when we postulate things without going into the intrinsic reality of the things, and that's how things work in our conventional world.
Geshe-la,
Okay, next
can
slide.
you slowly conclude your speech?
Yes, please, next slide. Next slide. Okay, next. Okay, so now here Nagarjuna sums up everything. There isn't anything that is not dependently originated. There isn't anything that is not empty. So emptiness is applicable to everything that exists. Okay, next slide. In short, again, we might think, oh, the mind is independent of external objects, because when we look at external objects, they seem to be distant from our mind. But Tsongkhapa says, as the mind is imputed by depending on its object, it has no self-characterized nature. The same can be said for the objects. Therefore, not only the terms or labels are merely imputed through dependence on one another, but their defining attributes, or tsengi, are merely imputed through dependence on one another. So they depend, the mind and object, they depend at every level on one another. Thus, nothing exists on its own as self-characterized intrinsic nature. Next slide. Okay, next slide. So now you might want to say, why is Prasangika's emptiness not accepted widely, particularly in other Buddhist countries where Sanskrit tradition has not flourished? Is this reason? Because through misunderstanding emptiness, a person of little intelligence is destroyed, just like a snake wrongly sees or a magical spell. So Buddha did not teach the Mahayana teachings widely to the public. So they was given to selected disciples, bodhisattvas, and later spread successively through Indian lineage masters until the Tibetan masters. So that's the reason why. Therefore, know how difficult it is for those with little intelligence to apprehend the depth of this profound reality. The Buddha's mind was completely turned away from giving teachings on it. Next slide, please. That all falls. Okay, these are the purposes which my friends have already explained. So if people are interested in getting this presentation, I'll be happy to provide, and this slideshow will be with the organizers. You can claim it from there, and the translations are my translation. Please, next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is one of His Holiness' favorite may I take the liberty of taking 1 minute extra because it's so important, for whom the white wings of conventional truth and suchness, emptiness, are spread wide, like the conventional reality, the practice associated with bodhicitta, which are based basically on conventional reality, and the ultimate reality, emptiness. These are like the two wings of a swan. The king of swans shall take the lead in front of all swan-like beings, and through the powerful force of the wind of great virtue, he shall travel to the excellent shores of the oceans of great quality. Next slide. So again, Tsongkhapa says, the crucial points of profundity and vastness, so difficult to fathom, even for those bodhisattvas well learned in all academic fields, have found them perfectly, and upon properly developing familiarity with them, my mind is completely satisfied with the great celebration that arose from the impeccable single-pointedness, wisdom, and discipline. Sometimes pure faith in Buddhas heightens up in me. On other times, I remain by the kindness of great pioneers of the tradition, and on other occasions, respect for the learned masters. Next.
Thank you.
And compassion for the
Geshe-la,
sentient beings. Please.
Your time is up now.
Okay, so this is from excellent instruction by Tsongkhapa. And this is a result, if you meditate on emptiness, basically, if you are a true practitioner of emptiness, compassion will flow in you spontaneously. So with this, because of limited time, I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you, Geshe-la. Geshe-la started his presentation, quotation from the Nagarjuna's Mula Madhyamaka Karika to explain the two truths, and also to Geshe-la explain it is extremely important to understand ultimate truth or emptiness, understanding of conventional reality or conventional truth is the foundation. Then he followed that to explain the selflessness, understanding of the emptiness, which is presented in the Madhyamaka Prasangika school. People who are interested to know that level of emptiness, it is good to start to understand the presentation of selflessness, some of the other Buddhist schools, and also even going back to the non-Buddhist concept of anatma. And also Geshe-la explains the understanding of emptiness can be, can be developed relation to the person and relation to the phenomena or other things and events. Also, Geshe-la went quite detailed about how to develop understanding of emptiness relation to the self, the person, and how that analysis should be done. And so there are many good points. Thank you, Geshe-la. So our next speaker is Reverend Johan, head priest, Fusion Temple, Japan. Please present your speech.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here, and I really appreciate everybody and Venerable and reference. I really appreciate this opportunity. Then, first of all, I'm not an entertainer as a last session, yesterday's session, so please don't expect me the laughter or funny story as yesterday's. And good news is I'm the last speech in this session, so we're going to have a tea break after this, so please look forward to it. And my presentation is not difficult, so please take it easy on me. And I'd like to ask how many people have come to Japan? Oh, thank you. But a few, I think. So a lot of monks and nuns and ladies and gentlemen have thoughts. What is a Japanese Buddhism? Look at this Japanese group. They wear a colorful robes and they are not unified. So I think most of the people think that what is Japanese Buddhism. So I would like to talk about Japanese Buddhism with the links of interdependence. Okay, next slide, please. So I'd like to reflect on the fundamental teachings of Buddhism, summarized in the Pali phrase Sabbe Dhamma Anatta, and its Sanskrit Sabbadhamma Anatman. In English, all things are without self. These teachings serve as guiding principles, illuminating the nature of self. Japanese Buddhism, rooted in the Sanskrit tradition, has long embraced and nurtured this teaching. Next slide, please. Interpreting as everything is interdependent. So this interpretation may be different from the other traditions. So I'd like to share in the hopes of mutual understanding. In this course, I aim to illustrate how Japanese Buddhism venerates the idea of links of interdependence and its significance at the example of sunyata in today's world. Next slide, please. The journey of Buddhism into Japan dates back to the 6th century, when it arrived from ancient China and Korea and became a predominant religion for over 1,500 years. Back then, all the sutras we acquired were written in ancient Chinese, which had been translated from Sanskrit to this day. So we continue to chant sutra in ancient Chinese character. And Japan's geographically isolation, as you know, Japan is an island, so facilitate the evolution of distinctive form of Buddhism, and rooted in the concept of sunyata from the Prajna Paramita Sutras. So this notion, signifying the interdependence in a broad sense, deeply influenced these Japanese culture, seen in practice like a tea ceremony, and Japanese gardens, flower arrangement, and so on. Looking into the history and the tradition of Japanese Buddhism, we find that its distinctiveness lies in these core elements. Next, please. So it's harmony, secularization, and diversity. So these contents essentially interdependent. Highlight this interdependence within these 3 characteristics today's session talk. So let's explore these 3 defining characteristics of Japanese Buddhism in detail to highlight interdependence. Next, please. So first one is harmony. Firstly, harmony stands as a principle in Japanese Buddhist philosophy. At the beginning of the 7th century, Prince Shotoku, the great contributor to spread Buddhism in Japan, established the world's first value-based constitution, emphasized peace and harmony is the greatest virtue, and be respectful to the 3 jewels sincerely. So the establishment of this constitution facilitated the spread of Buddhism across Japan, fostering a spirit of harmony that remains deeply rooted in Japanese to this day. These aim to soften conflicts arising from the simultaneous existence of Buddhism and the Japanese indigenous religion Shinto, so 2 religions. So this led to a period of harmonious coexistence of the 2 religions known as a syncretism of Shinto and Buddhism, and fostered a mutual respect and consideration. Shinto is animistic, seeing divine spirits elements like rocks, mountains, rivers, and trees. So Japan's landscape is over 75% covered by forests and mountains, underscores our deep connection with nature. In the Mahayana Mahaparinibbana Sutra, it said all the sentient things had Buddha nature. So Japanese Buddhism, influenced by this, eventually sees nature has also Buddha nature in the later era. Next slide, please. Hence, we admire nature as a potential source of nirvana. So we aim to create a harmonious relationship between humanity and the nature in this world. So the placement of Buddhist headquarters temple is almost surrounded by abundant forests and mountains like this. So it symbolizes deep interconnectedness between humanity and nature. Next one, please. So next one is a secularization. Sorry for the today's morning session is about Vinaya, but we Japanese Buddhism, the Vinaya is very light. So I'm really afraid to say this. So it's very controversial. So please accept me as a Sangha member of you guys. Okay, so let's explore lay Buddhism in Japan. And Japanese Buddhism stands out as one of the most secularized forms worldwide. So this distinction arises from the gradual relaxation and imperial order to abandon the Vinaya, which regulates monastic discipline in place of the in place of the relaxation of Vinaya. Japanese priests mostly engage in strict training as an integral part of their practice. So comparing to the Pali and the other Mahayana tradition, where the line between monks and lay people is strictly defined, the relationship between them in Japan is much closer. So we can say monks and lay people have a few differences in their daily life. So in traditional practices, lay people heavily rely on monastics for religious guidance, and the monastic's livelihood depends on the material support from the laity. So this setup illustrates the interdependence within the Buddhist community. So with over 70,000 Buddhist temples in Japan, mostly small and community-based, priests spend almost ordinary laity lives within their temple compounds. So the interdependence dynamic characterizes the actual landscape of Japanese society. Next, please. So this is kind of typical examples. Head priest and head priest can get married, then they have their children. So this is a kind of family temple. This is a typical image. So next, please. So previous one. Okay. So the strength is of the Japanese lay Buddhism is private lives of the community members that give life to a temple. So the relationship between temples and laity is highly close and private. This is one of the interconnectedness, I think. So next one, please. So the third one, last one, is diversity. And I'd like to illustrate the diverse landscape of Japanese Buddhism. So showcase the strong connection of interdependence within it. Over time and across regions, Japanese Buddhism has diversified significantly, resulting in over 13 traditional sects and more than 60 schools. These are Sanskrit-based, but which are Vajrayana Buddhism and Zen meditation, Pure Land Buddhism, Lotus Sutra Buddhism, so mountain asceticism, and more. So each of these sects has a considerable community and has evolved independently, stemming from unique historical and cultural contexts. Despite being rooted in the Sanskrit tradition, these diverse sects exhibit both similarities and differences. The establishment of new independent sects often faced resistance and attacks from established groups, but this process led to the expansion and the diffusion of various sects across Japan.
Can you slowly conclude your speech?
Sorry, speedy. I'm really nervous, you know. And this first time to talk in front of this amount of people. Thank you. So the emergence of new sects wouldn't have been possible without acknowledging the contributions of older sects, while the established ones might not have been able to spread Buddhism across Japan without the diversification. So Japanese Buddhism tends to prioritize sects greatly, requiring adherence to a specific sect without crossing boundaries. Each sect maintains a strict and self-contained independence, appearing insular and rigid, unfortunately. However, the union of these sects and groups contributes to the diversity, fostering a harmonious and interconnected ecosystem in Japan. Next, please. So today, most sects coexist harmoniously, showing mutual respect and cooperation as Japanese Buddhism. Japan values harmony, aiming for a peaceful world guided by the Buddha's teachings. Each branch of Japanese Buddhism has its strength, working together like pieces in a puzzle. So this interconnected diversity creates a lot of links, not only supporting Buddhism in Japan, but also adding to Buddhism worldwide. So these are the representative of Japanese Buddhism kind of activity and temples like this. Next, please. So I'd like to go to the conclusion. So looking at these examples in Japanese Buddhism shows we are surrounded by full of link of interdependence. Japanese Buddhism, profound understanding of non-self through interdependence, offers valuable insights into fostering a peaceful and harmonious world. Embracing the interconnectedness of local society and global experience is crucial to transcending beyond the dualistic worldview that promotes conflicts and attachments. As we acknowledge the concept of anatta for ourselves, recognizing the broadest links of interdependence in our societies and the world becomes equally significant. So expanding and promoting this notion globally is a vital step towards building friendships and partnerships with Sangha members worldwide. So contributing to a more harmonious, interconnected world. So here, this is I think, greatest moment to feel harmony and interconnectedness. Here, in the name of Lord Buddha, with a Sangha member all over the world. So I strongly wish that we will get together again and again in the next generation to next generation and get connected and build a peaceful and harmonious bridge all over the world with you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Joan Hona. Your presentation on interdependence, which is extremely interesting, how Japanese people for this many centuries, this teaching of Lord Buddha, interdependence, is merged into their culture, their living life, which is extremely interesting. And also you explain, understanding of interdependency through the three main points: harmony, secularization, and the diversity. All 3 points are very much related to everyday Japanese life, which is, I feel, very profound, the practice of the teaching. The teachings that given at Buddha, one of the most profound teachings, the interdependency, is put into everyday life. Thank you very much for your amazing presentation. Now we will have a question and answer session. We'll have only 2 questions because we are running out of time. So please state your name and then don't talk too much about the background of your questions. Just say your, put your question on the point, not going too many background presentation. Thank you.
Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. Nga sirachi gishingautoni ini kanrishiya goga namba misituchi shiaji da. Dangi kanrishiya de namzu tumon roji chawdu sulen jimbayna. Jiyo. Then that Tari also the Johnny the cast Jishino in Lava Sondo, Dene Swanasova, then the Momochi told Johnny no, the Noni, you can't share the currency in the Tangazo, so ne do the scenario. Lava Churung Jahlavi Koli. Chidong Chun Doa de.
Can you can
Tembat.
Can Tandeki the Tuatilla Tandeki took Deki Dilla Tawayavat, Doa the Tarashoga Chin Savrava, Tandeki the Sheriff Gilaba Tantevere, Sheriff Gilaba the David Tuayuna, and the Tikila Tanga, Surim Gilaba the Tarashoga Chin Savre, the Tang Mogobache.
All us, Tagaran Shichuachi. Tangazu Tanda Chitani Lava Sun Noni, and Chudong Lava de Tembadon, Tembaniga Cochebadon, and Lava Shin de, and Teta Comachiba somewhere. Imba inayo, Nimo, Nimbo La, and Shiraj Lava de Zochi Chayonde, and de Missy, and Shiraj Lava de Yon, Lava Sanjinoni, Zochiwaji Shagrebe, Yona, Chudong Lava de Tembado, Tembania Cochivi, and Conipal Heaven, the Sugar country, Stochi de. Tuche, Odi, can sue to an Elencorona, consulting it to use Herbichson.
Okay, now I can answer for your question. Your question, Gisela, thank you. It's a very interesting questions. Because we are talking the three mind training, so three Pitaka. So yes, the morality, the mind training of the morality is the best of the three mind training. So that's why your question is why is we talk about the wisdom, the training of the mind, the wisdom, and concentration, why we talk like this? Because it is the main point in the mind training of the morality. Yes, it is the best of the morality. How the morality is a physical rule for monks, the bhikkhu, the bhikkhunis, upasaka, upasikas. So that was if you practice very well in the physical body, then your mind is more relaxed and more quiet. Then your meditation is much more developed. As a meditation, the concentration is much more developed. Then your wisdom is more powerful. That's why you can cut the root of suffering. That's why it is very necessary for three mind trainings. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gisela.
Hello. So you were asking about which one of the three trainings is more important. You said in the morning they emphasize so much on Shila or discipline, and now there's so much emphasis on wisdom. So which is more important? Now I think, I'll explain this in Tibetan, but I think as practitioners, if these two are mutually exclusive, then we have to choose one. If we have to choose one, then we have to see which one is more important. But since you have to practice both, both are indispensable for one's own liberation or enlightenment, you don't have to give priority to either of them and treat the other less important. But there are sutras where if the emphasis is on discipline, then it will speak so highly of discipline. But there are other sutras where if the emphasis is on wisdom, for example, the sutras like Diamond Cutting Sutra, it speaks so much about the importance of wisdom to the extent of saying that even if you practice the other parimitas for thousands of eons without the wisdom of emptiness, you won't get enlightened. And the benefit of practicing wisdom is far superior than practicing the other parimitas for thousands of eons. So because of that, I don't think we have to prioritize one over the other. If they are mutually exclusive and you have to choose one, then you have to say which is more important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pandit, for your question. I see the place about the wisdom, Pinya. Pinya is not just for knowing. Pinya is to be explained. Pinya, Pachana Nataya, Pahinataya. It means Pinya is not just for knowing, but also it for education. So we should understand Pinya is not just for knowing, but it can educate defilements. It is the most important among the three kinds of training. We should understand like this. Okay, thank you.
Next question.
Nga dugong gomang kishi tempa pajon de shugiyo nge tiwa shuyo de kishi janu la ta ane yuldeng rumoche namba nyi le shuyo yi ane kishi toma kishi janu la ki songshen nang la ane dunga ki gyu so de mari bares song song ina ya ta papa ni den dewa de so ke ane sonya la dunga ki gyu de doja res sungyo re ti tola kishi la kongzu karyo 당나 신기 양등 열등 르모체 르모체게 다겐게 텐데게 도나라 살루장외 도도 장바레 안나서 살루장외 도나라 디유비 대중세디 안 돈다디 법안이된 데바데소게 가르송거레 살라웨나 나서 디유비 대중세 세나라 디 당보델라 에샤 디 니바델라 비샤 아니 에요나 비중 세게 에다 비낭라 텐데영라 중인나라 가리 죽나야 디요레스 대성상 텐데영라 중인 세데 콜로나 히레스 서 가서고데 텐데영라나 규칙 디레스게 사와니네 요마레스 규기 망보 속발 텐데 중아레스 베나 간수 데링게 송도다고 차야나 단다 고디 지긴게 소 넘버 간데 포장라 소바 숨이요라 니치부게 중아레스나 마레스 규기 망보 속발 텐데 중아레스 디네스네 데시제게 요레 디톨라 르무치게 konzukariyos shuei.
Karinche.
Thank you, Geshe Temba Pankyola. Your questions are so very interesting for me. Thank you. Well, I already mentioned that thus ignorance is the main cause of suffering. That's why your question is the desire, attachment also cause of suffering. Is that maybe some other kind of Theravada tradition? It's that there's no contradictories because both of them the main cause of the suffering. Because all of the samsara that consists, that's what it needs so many cause and condition. Because we are samsara, saha world running the causality. So that's why there are so many, the 12 length dependent ordinations. So this arises and that arises. This is not arise and that is not arise. Disagree. So that's why there are so many cause and conditions for the samsara. Thank you, Bishop.
So the second question was for me. So what he was asking was in the Talistumba Sutra, the verse that is, if this exists, then that exists. So the Theravada tradition explains it as this as point A and that as point B. Then if A exists, B exists. So it doesn't need to be especially one cause that causes that. And according to what I explained, it seemed like the 12 dependent originations came one after another. And he gave an example of this conference organized by His Holiness's Trust and etc. is not by just one entity, but a cooperation of many entities. So what's my view on this? So my view on this is basically whatever the Theravada tradition says is actually relevant in the Sanskrit tradition also. Like if this exists, then that exists. This sutra itself, then we go deeper into the sutra, then it comes like because of ignorance and so on, the karma and the existence and everything exists. So when we are saying that, we are not saying that it exists because only of one cause. We are saying that because of many different causes, even in for causing one of the dependent originations, one of the 12 links of dependent originations, there can be many different causes, like small types of what do we call karma and etc. So that's my view on that. So thank you.
One more question. Question tewa chik yu en shamba te shuro che chik te matame.
ngay tuwa khani shujoji. Tuwa tangsa da tarang chik michil rangi, ente ngarang ngini keshamara chi. Tampo de ngarang mila losan chundo che, ngi gomba che na rado rasa, ane talo geshe sabara chi yung tos che. Ane geshe la tuwa shwe nindo tampo de karase na, ane geshe la dang kalo nalo la, seri ke tata chi la, ane mi rangshi la na wado, ta chadang la soba de ngeba goya chone che ati da, ane nga cho nambi chole, 아니 차선 유모 도와데 동원이 따와라들이 도타와들이 송소 아니 대가서 남비처럼 싸움 땅고리 어디를 제 깔로지 나서 들이 인데 삼 아니 체리게 따다라 차선 유모 세야디 미길 촌에 제발랭 예바고이 따서디 아니 대바 단다라 요리베 기시디 요베나 아니 다나 가서 치료라 마티빙 지데 콘세 산지 세야디 제이 도시샤데 아니 밀랭게데 라시데 잠제레샤스네 딜 체리 잡데체네 아니 테송고도 땡인가와 통문데서 되지
계시 수인배.
기스 자노블라니
오케이 자노.
아니 바텔라 당이 계세모 찔라 가르소선 베기 나데 나로 알레 가서 시에나질라 다저메 고바토니 롱고 동탈이야 아니 상주 첨벌라는 뭐 산지 고마 마타버티니 하데어 리데어티니 요레 어딘데 있어서 때에서 탐니 베제다나도 제스 토가 나고 메도사고 가서 베지 나데게 다나 게마레 상고딩에 다나디 페지 가서 빨리 레자라는 분도 대바 취미기 다단지래요 뭐도 가서 베지 나데게 메시지 차고문다 사지 좀 되긴 도나로 단지 배가 나로나 아니 켜데 가르세 거의 동에 절에 켜다야 켜 단도 양에 요마 사지 태번데 싸와시세 사지 코랑 공시래 뭐도 가서 베지 나데게 메시지 소선지지 차고문데 때가디나
게 계실하게 테랑게 저어디 케마송송게
저 담보디 가르레스나 세리게 따다지라 아니 차소니 몰라서 민 손에 세월에 예바 고레세 따다지도 가서 남비 따다인데 아니 사무도만이 따와라딘 딘도 그래 송거 대 가서 사무당도 세리바디 켈랭그레스 차소니 뭐 손에 세워데 아니 예바도 차소니 뭐 고레라야 돼.
Okay, thank you. I understand now. It's clear. Yeah, I'll talk about because the Buddhist point of view, we talk about understanding of the idea of the emptiness can remove all negative emotions. But that was I'm not talking about. I'm talking about naturalism. It is very interesting by my personal view. As the naturalism, there's a nature organized the all ignorance, some negative emotion already. Organized for or within our body. Because it's necessary. Otherwise, the why nature gives us there are so many negative emotions, the positive different emotions. It is not necessary. At least if you remove the eradicate all negative emotions, then maybe it is a very dangerous. So because that mental disability. Sometimes the crazy person, sometimes the mad person, that how could you do that? That's why it is not a scientific view. This is my personal, this interesting something, always thinking like that. That's what I just talked to you.
Again, 직송다네. Yeah.
나서 이 주어지 대단 kanrum 부시고 라바 연쇼사 중엔 콩라에 아니 나 민라 잠양 짐바제가요 아니 게든 셔스 다선인 아니 공고다다디 동료 도민도스 송송디 동료 도민도 되긴 산지가 송송데 인 산땡이 따다다 하고 마서 아니 디 산데 가리네 더니 동료 도민도 되 다가랑 아니 빨리 좀 거나 요아래 왜스 어쩌어딘.
So his question is to you. You mentioned about the realization of emptiness in your speech. Is there any reference that you can trace in Pali texts about the realization of emptiness?
Okay, I explain emptiness of a self. Sonya, compare with them. Prachanya Pramita Sutra, Sanskrit text, and Pali text, Sonyata Katha, Patisampita Mekha. Okay, actually, I want to say, finally, as I understand, emptiness of Sonya mentioned in the Sanskrit text, and also Sonya mentioned in the Theravada Buddhist text are the same. I explain as I understand it. Okay, Sanskrit text, Pramita, Prachana Pramita Sutta. In that sutta, Sonya also mentioned emptiness of self. In the Theravada text, Prasangika Mecca, okay, we know eyes and, okay, how to say, internal business, eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body, and status, visual forms, sound, no sound extra, sound space extra. Okay, when eye face and visual objects, they meet together, they appear consciousness, unconsciousness. Okay, so ears, visible forms, unconsciousness. Okay, and there is emptiness. There is no self in eyes, visible forms, and unconsciousness. When these three data meet together, they appear feelings. In the feeling also, there is no self, emptiness. Okay. Other sin organs are also should be understood like this.
Thank you, Venerable. So I would like to conclude this session. First, I would like to thank from my heart to the 5 great speakers on this subject, which is very important subject for the Buddhist practitioners as well as wider world to understand the concept or the theory of interdependence, dependent origination. The emptiness should be understood under that line. Emptiness should not be understood in the sense of nothingness. Emptiness should be understood under the dependent origination. Then we will understand why the historical Buddha had taught this subject in many different layers. So therefore, on this session, you presented on this subject. I thank you. So I would like to make my brief remark as a chairperson. This is our 3rd day, and started with His Holiness the 14th Great Dalai Lama came here and did the opening. My understanding and also the title of this gathering is Bridging Traditions and Embracing the Modernity. And one of the most important things within the diversity, in this case, within the Buddhist traditions, Pali tradition and Sanskrit tradition, there are differences. We should not ignore the differences, but also we should understand there are, many points. There are very similarities. At the end, we are follower of the one teacher, the Buddha. So in that case, I think cultivating trust between the 2 traditions is something what we really need in this 21st century. And when we develop trust between the 2 practitioners between the 2 traditions, and particularly at the higher levels, those great teachers and And that is something very, very important. If we build the trust, then some of the challenges that we face, global challenges, and within the Buddhist tradition, day before yesterday, there are some challenges are raised. These are important, something that we need to should find a solution. Otherwise, this, such as this morning also raised the point, such as the bhikshuni ordination. I know, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, has worked on this subject for decades. And, still I'm sure he's working on that. And, what I understood, he is seeking some kind of, what's called the common ground that Pali traditional practitioner and the Sanskrit practitioner, to bring this, sorted out this issue, not leave it on the individual traditions, either Tibetan Buddhist traditions or this and that. And in that, this is just one example to solve the difficulty. We need to come together. We need to build the trust. Through that, we can solve all these difficulties. And also, sometimes, for example, day before yesterday, one of the great speaker, lady from Malaysia, she raised the issue of usage of term in Tibetan, ani, instead of chola. I think that is, important to raise this issue. But what is important is we should try to understand, these cultures are, for centuries there. It is not easy to solve within a few decades. As I mentioned, and many of you know, the women issue, female issue of getting the right, what's called like the bhikshuni or other rights. It is important, but to solve this issue, for example, in the Tibetan tradition, it is not that kind of straightforward. Say, okay, from now on, we will not use the term ani, we'll use chola. That has been in our gene for a long time. But we also, I'm not seeking any excuse from that. But you also need to understand wider perspective, not just the narrow one. For example, such as called developed world. The women got the voting just early 20th century. In the Tibetan case, guided by His Holiness Dalai Lama, within these few decades, now we have Geshe-ma, who would like to study some of these amazing Buddhist texts. They have the opportunities to do that. So it will take time. We need patience. But same time, we need to pursue, and this is what I thought to share with that. And my last, not least, is thank you for the organizer and particularly people who are working day and night, supporting us, outside or inside the hall. Thank you for your support and all the hard work which that happened in this gathering, meaningful gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karen Rinpoche, for your efficient time management and succinct summarization of today's session. And also, thank you all the speakers. And may I now request Most Venerable Gyabje Ling Chokdru Rinpoche to present the Certificate of Appreciation. Gyabje Ling Chokdru Rinpoche, Venerable Khen Rinpoche Tashi Tsering, will you be kind enough to receive the appreciation certificate from Kebjiling Rinpoche? Next, Venerable Yulting Tulku Rinpoche, will you receive the certificate of appreciation from Kebjiling Rinpoche? Next, Venerable Ashin Theravamsa, will you receive the certificate of appreciation from Kebjiling Rinpoche? Next, I would like to request Most Venerable Sutiratana Bundit, our guest of honor, to present the certificate of appreciation to Venerable Geshe Jamyang Norbula. Next, Venerable Geshe Ngawang Sonamla, will you receive the certificate of appreciation? Venerable Geshe Ngawang Sonamla. Next, Reverend Yokan Ono. And may I now request all the panelists to have a photo session together. So we now have a 15 minutes break for tea, and we will start at 3:15 p.m. sharp. So that will be the valedictory session. So please be back at 3 p.m. sharp. 3:15, sorry, 3:15. So before we start, I have a few announcements to make. So the first announcement is regarding this very beautiful soothing music that we are hearing in the background. So this music, the songs are actually composed by our Japanese Reverend Ryoku Endo. So he has several of his music CDs here, and he has very kindly said that anyone who wants to have can have the CD. So any one of you, if you like, if you had enjoyed the music for the last 3 days and wish to continue to listen to it, it's here. So you can get it from. It's called His Holiness the Dalai Lama. It has a beautiful picture of Genrizig on it, and also there is a QR code on the back.
I distribute the headmaster.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sure. So I still have four more left. Okay. All right, so all gone. So there's also a QR code at the back. So Venerable mentioned that by scanning and by learning about his activities, maybe you could support him on his activities, his benevolent activities as well. Okay. So before we proceed, I will make the announcements first. Some of the important announcements first, so that if that is for tomorrow, our prayer session at the Bodh Gaya temple tomorrow. So there is a slight change in the timetable. So His Holiness will be arriving. His Holiness will be arriving at the temple to pray at 8:30, and you are all requested to be seated before 7:30. So all of you are requested to be there, seated before 7:30. So these are the things you can do and you cannot do. So the first thing is you need to bring your pass. Without the pass, you will not be allowed into the compound where we are hosting the prayer. Second thing, you cannot bring cell phones. So mobile phone, cell phone, iPad, etc., not allowed. The third thing, you may, this is mainly for the international attendees. If you're not familiar, you may need to bring a bag to carry your shoes. I will also make the announcement in Tibetan because there are so many. Maybe it's already done. The Sani shoge chazu geda chegala gyangrom ji chugun nangyo di karsa chöden nanglol di indusane chözu dunda chegan ngölya namazu tsangmolo zom tsaba nangro nas right chözu dunda chege ngöla chöden nanglolya shu tsaba nangro nas dine namazu nang choba nang ma choba khasheshto 당부디 카레스나 pass chigyor ba pass di tanda pass chigyor id chor ba dinge bartu namro na di mebe ina tanda shukse petu mares niba di karesna khabar di ke chog mare namyu na shins de mixe mes ba khaba ke chog mes ane sumba di namazo yang soso ki shaplam di lango luse ki yang de reku da de namya ina ta namyu ngzu de dirba de nam gu yu na di namro nas di chigresha chozu dunda chege ngola 최대한 낭로리아 쇼차바 나로나스 디르샤 데네 탄다 겐둠바 릭치리아 사니 셴든 송야기 도겐지어 랭겐지어 디인두스네 셴든 송겐 두주 셴든 송겐 디게디 추주 응아다 체갈라 최대한 고치야기 두주델이야 페차바 나로나스 먼저 내가 징에 망고치 두주델 조그레 디투다 냠돌이야 키나조양 응아다 체갈라 페로나 먼저다 이 카바디야레 슈사레 망고치 토네 케바도 쳐서 셴든 송켄기 겐두만 남버조 응아다 체갈이야 펩초바 나로나스. So this is a specific announcement to the chanting, the sanghas who are assigned to do chanting at the Bodh Gaya temple. This is a specific announcement for the sanghas who are assigned to do chanting at the temple tomorrow. So you were requested to be there at 5:30 a.m. when the temple opens. So be there 5:30 a.m. the technicians, and we will also be there by then, and we need to make a lot of arrangements. So please be there by 5:30. Thank you. And now I think we can proceed with our session, our valedictory session. So, so to chair the valedictory session, we have Professor Geshe Ngawang Samde. Venerable Ngawang Samdela, can you please come to the stage? Geshe Ngawang Samdela will be chairing the session, and our first valedictory speaker would be Telo Rinpoche. Telo Rinpoche. Telo Rinpoche. Okay, so then our second valedictory speaker. Okay. So our first valedictory speaker is Telo Rinpoche. Please, Telo Rinpoche, please come to the stage. And our second valedictory speaker is Vajiramedi, Venerable Vajiramedi. Oh, okay. And our third valedictory speaker is B. Shri Sharanakara Nayaka Mahathero. And our fifth valedictory speaker is Venerable Ngawang Tenzin Gyatso. And we also have the valedictory address to be made by Gungo Tempa Tsering La. So first, we have Professor Geshe Ngawang Samdela to give the chairperson's note. Professor Ngawang Samdela.
Welcome to the valedictory session, the last session of the 3 days technical exercises. So, first of all, I would like to request Mr. Tempa Tsering La, the director of Dalai Lama Center for Tibetan and Indian Ancient Wisdom, Bodh Gaya, India. So, Mr. Tempa Tsering La has a long background of serving Tibetan community and Tibetan government in exile, and in various capacities, and also working with His Holiness's office and taking various important responsibilities. So at the moment, as I mentioned here, he is the director of Dalai Lama Center for Tibetan and Indian Ancient Wisdom, Bodh Gaya. So now I would like to request to speak. Okay, so in the beginning we have here a resolution drafted and also consented by all the chairpersons of various sessions. I would like to request Mr. Tempa Siringla to kindly read it.
Good evening. I'm here and I have nothing much to do with the conference here, the successful conference. But I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate everyone, the organizers, the participants, everyone who has had an extremely successful and engaging conference. And this is part of His Holiness's goal. His Holiness believes that religion, whatever it is, whether it's Christianity, Muslim, Hindus, any religion, is basically to serve humanity. If the religion is meant to serve humanity, the religious practitioners must have a better understanding so that they could do a better service. Because today, many of the conflicts, many of the violence, many of the problems of the world are unfortunately created in the name of religion and by religious practitioners. So as Buddhists, like all other religions, the goal of religion is really to promote human happiness, to sow seed of compassion. And this is the basic objective of Buddhism. So we are extremely happy that we have religious practitioners, representatives coming from almost all the Buddhist countries to participate and to discuss and to see how we as Buddhists can not only have better understanding within ourselves, but how can we promote peace and how can we have promote compassion. So I'm so happy that this has been done. And now this evening, as part of this exercise, you can see there's not a chair, and I was suddenly called and to say that you have a joint statement here at the end of the conference, and to ask me to read this. So I'm going to read this on your behalf. International Sangha Forum Bodh Gaya, ISF 2023. Conference theme, Bridging Traditions, Embracing Modernity, a dialogue on the Buddha's teaching in today's world. Preamble. Recognize the profound, timeless wisdom of the Buddha's teachings and acknowledging the need for a harmonious integration of these teachings into complexities of modern life, affirming the significance of engaging with contemporary issues through the lens of Dharma while upholding the integrity of the traditional Buddhist values and practices. Acknowledgements. We express our profound gratitude to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama for his guidance and encouragement in fostering dialogue and interactions among Buddhist communities for the preservation of Buddha Dharma and to serve humanity. Resolutions. We commit to regular dialogues and conferences to facilitate understanding and to address challenges in a unified manner. In line with the aspirations of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, we commit to hosting an international dialogue and exchange of monastic among different traditions, sharing their wisdom and exchanging experiences. We honor the diversity of Buddhist traditions through promoting inclusivity, respect, and understanding among them, whether they are monastic or lay persons, and regardless of their culture and geographical backgrounds. We should make attempts to promote wisdom and compassion, drawing from the rich Buddhist teachings to address the global and local issues such as the climate devastation, social injustice, conflicts, wars, together with physical and mental health. We support initiatives that incorporate scientific understandings and technical innovation with Buddhist wisdom to create holistic solutions for contemporary problems. We affirm the role of Buddhist teachings of the four Brahma Viharas: loving kindness, compassion, altruistic joy, and equanimity, in nurturing our interactions with one another and the world at large for the promotion of peace and harmony. With the shared commitment to the Dharma and collective aspirations for the well-being of all, we conclude this conference with a renewed sense of purpose and a clear vision for the future of humanity. May our efforts contribute to the flourishing of the Buddha's teaching and the happiness of all sentient beings. We dedicate ourselves to the practice and promotion of the Buddha's teachings as a foundation for world peace and harmony among all beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tembala. So, for reading out the resolution, which encapsulates the contents, the important features of the last many sessions for the last 3 days. Now, I would like to request Telo Rinpoche. Telo Rinpoche is recognized as the reincarnation of Telopa while he was studying in Drepung Monastery in early 70s and even late 60s. So after that, when he was recognized as the reincarnation of Telopa, he returned to Kalmykia, where he made lots of efforts and significant contribution for the revival of Buddhism in Kalmykia in terms of building infrastructures and bringing teachings and visits of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. His activities are not confined to Kalmykia, but also extended to other parts of that region, Russian region, and also Mongolia. And he orchestrated international events involving scholars and monks from Russia, Mongolia, India, and United States and Sri Lanka, fostering dialogue and cultural exchange. Notably, in 2011, Sri Lankan ambassador presented holy relics to Gandhian abbot of Buddha, Shakyamuni. He was appointed as the honorary representative of His Holiness the Dalai Lama to Russia, Mongolia, and CIS countries in 2014. at Tibet Culture and Information Center in Moscow. So Telo Rinpoche continues to strengthen intercultural, interfaith dialogue in Kalmykia. In summary, Telo Rinpoche's life encapsulates a dedication to Buddhism's revival, cultural preservation, and fostering global dialogues. His initiatives, temple constructions, cultural festivals, and international collaborations underscores his commitments and his and spread of Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy and values all over the world. Telo Rinpoche, please.
Honorable Chairperson of the panel, my colleagues on stage, respected Sangha members from various traditions, I pay homage to all of you for this wonderful gathering. As a young boy growing up in a traditional Tibetan Buddhist monastery, having a lot of curiosity about different countries and different traditions and different cultures, I had a very narrow-minded and a very sectarian mentality of my own faith or my own religion. His Holiness the Dalai Lama usually mentions that he has 4 principles in life. The number 1 principle is promotion of human values. Number 2 is promotion of interreligious harmony and dialogue. And number 3 is the preservation and protection of the rich Tibetan culture, heritage, and the environment. And lastly, restoring and re-establishing ancient Indian thought. As a young boy growing up, I really never understood what he meant by interreligious harmony or dialogue. As I grew older and many responsibilities fallen on my shoulder to lead the Republic of Kalmykia as the head of the Buddhists, and having to have dialogue with various traditions, and being able to travel the world to participate in various conferences and share my thoughts and very little knowledge that I have, has really enriched me to understand the importance of interreligious harmony. Over the time, I grew to understand how important it is for us to have an open dialogue, open network, and open communication among not only other traditions, but also within the Buddhist tradition. Today's gathering is definitely a dream come true for me, and I'm sure it is for many of the participants here. In the last 3 days, we have engaged in very open dialogue, exchanging views and questioning their presentations. And at the same time, during tea breaks and lunch breaks, we have all been able to exchange our contacts, information, and different views. I truly believe that this is not the first time, and I truly believe this is not the last time. On behalf of the organizers, and as one of the co-organizers of this wonderful gathering, I would like to convey our apologies if there has been any miscommunication or if there has been any misunderstanding. Of course, when you arrange something big like an event like this, and especially here in Bihar, in the place like Bodh Gaya, where the infrastructure and facilities is very minimal, there is expected to be a lot of challenges. But nevertheless, let's look at the brighter side. Let's look at the wonderful hall that we have gathered here. Let's look at the wonderful sponsors and co-hosts who have worked very hard for the last 3 to 4 months to make this wonderful event happen. How many countries and how many delegates have come, made a long journey to be here, to share their thoughts, to share their experiences with all of us. It was definitely a learning experience for all of us, and I'm sure there is yet a lot for all of us to learn in the future. I want to thank all of you for making this journey. I know it is not coming here, everyone being so busy, having to leave, sacrificing your time, having to leave your full-time responsibilities, and to come to the holy land of Bodh Gaya to be in the presence of one another. I personally, I am deeply humbled, and I feel really, really blessed to be among many of these scholars from the various traditions, various cultures, various fields. So let us all rejoice. Let us all pray with folded hands that we have more gatherings like this in the future. And I truly believe that this has been a successful event for all of us. I want to, on behalf of the co-organizers and as well as the main organizers, I would like to wish you all a very safe journey back to your destination. I wish you all great success, and most of all, to always have good health. Good health in a sense, not only good physical health, but also to have good mental health. And this is one of the topics that we have covered for the last 3 days, wellness of our mental state. So I want to thank all the volunteers, all the hard workers who have, and all the audio and visual team who have worked tirelessly for many hours with very little sleep. Also, I want to thank everyone who have gathered here, participated, and gave wonderful presentations. Thank you all very much, and I truly and deeply look forward for our next gathering in the future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, all scholars and Sanghas, venerables. Please have a safe journey, and I look forward to see you at the next gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delu Tuku Rinpoche, for sharing your personal life and also the story related to your secret life, and also sharing your views regarding the exchange of Sanskrit and Pali traditions. Now I would like to request Venerable Vajira Medhi. Venerable Vajira Medhi has a very extensive CV. Just to mention a part of that, after completing very successful academic education and his spiritual trainings, Venerable Vajira Medhi is renowned for his literary works, having authored over 250 titles in Thai, many of which have been translated into multi-languages. His contribution encompasses various media, including books, essays, articles, and poetry, disseminating Buddhist teachings and philosophy. Acknowledged internationally and domestically for his effort, he was appointed as the UNHCR's Patron for Peace and Compassion in 2018, an honor reflecting his commitment to global peace initiatives. Additionally, he received accolades such as the Peace Foundation Award from UC Peace Prize Foundation in the Philippines and the World's Outstanding Buddhist Monk Award from Sri Lanka's president. Despite his significant position as assistant abbot at Wat Phra Singh in Chiang Rai, he dedicates considerable time to scholarly pursuits, meditation, teaching, and social initiatives. He founded multiple institutions, including the Buddhist Economic University, Sujata Sukhalai, and Vimutalai Institute, among other emphasizing education and humanitarian aid. His initiatives extend to supporting refugee scholarships through the Pramedi Vajrodham Fund for the Albert Einstein Program and UNHCR at Rai Cherntawan International Meditation Center. He continues to propagate Buddhism and meditation practice to local and foreign alike. Thank you very much. Now I request Venerable Vajramedi, please make your presentation.
ขอถวายความเคารพพระมหาเถรานุเถระทุกรูป
I pay respect to all the distinguished guests and Mahatheras here at this hall.
หนึ่งในฐานะที่เป็นหนึ่งในคณะกรรมการจัดการประชุมคราวนี้ก่อนอื่นก็อยากจะพูดคำว่าขอบพระคุณสังฆนานาชาติจากทุกประเทศที่ได้มาร่วมกันประชุมตั้งแต่วันแรกจนถึงวันนี้
As part of the organizing committee, first of all, I would like to say congratulations and thank you to all of our international Sanghas who had come here together and work on this event together.
ในฐานะที่ได้ทำงานเผยแผ่พระพุทธศาสนามาเป็นเวลายาวนานกว่า20 ปีและได้ร่วมงานกับองค์ทะไลลามะอย่างใกล้ชิดไม่ต่ำกว่า8 ปีจึงอยากจะแบ่งปันทิศทางการนำพระพุทธศาสนาไปสู่โลกสมัยใหม่อย่างน้อย3 ประเด็น
As I've been working in introducing and encouraging Buddhist teachings into the world community for the last 20 years, and I have been closely working with His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama on this work for the last 8 years, I would like to share with you some of my experiences, specifically in 3 main topics.
ประเด็นที่ 1 องค์ทะไลลามะรับสั่งเสมอว่าพระองค์ท่านอยากให้เราชาวพุทธมีความเป็นเอกภาพคือมีการถักทอความสัมพันธ์ระหว่างลัทธินิกายอย่างใกล้ชิดให้มีความเป็นหนึ่งเดียว
First of all, His Holiness always mentioned the becoming unified of all different Buddhist traditions throughout the world to become one with another.
ดังนั้นในการประชุมคราวนี้เราจะเห็นว่าเมื่อพูดถึงพระพุทธศาสนาฝั่งมหายานก็ดีหินยานก็ดีเราแทบไม่ได้ยินคำนี้ในห้องประชุมนี้แต่เราได้ยินคำใหม่ๆนั่นก็คือพระพุทธศาสนาฝ่ายบาลีและพระพุทธศาสนาฝ่ายสันสกฤตนี่ก็คือแนวคิดของพระองค์ท่านที่ต้องการให้เราชาวพุทธทั้งหลายเลิกดูหมิ่นถิ่นแคลนกันเองระหว่างชาวพุทธไม่มีใครสูงไม่มีใครต่ำเราทุกคนก็คือชาวพุทธเป็นลูกของพ่อคนเดียวกันคือพระพุทธเจ้า
As we've come together in these sessions of exchange, usually when we talk about different traditions, we would hear the words Mahayana or Hinayana, but as you can see in this conference, we have not used those particular words at all. We have been calling ourselves in terms of the Pali tradition and the Sanskrit tradition of Buddhism, and this creates a harmony between the discussions and no sense of looking down or expecting one to be higher or lower, and this creates a harmonious environment for our exchange in the future.
และเชื่อเหลือเกินว่าจากการหลังจากการประชุมคราวนี้เป็นต้นไปพระพุทธศาสนาทุกลัทธินิกายเราจะรักกันและเคารพซึ่งกันและกัน และเราก็จะเรียกซึ่งกันและกันด้วยธรรมเนียมทางภาษาคือพระพุทธศาสนาฝ่ายบาลีและพระพุทธศาสนาฝ่ายสันสกฤตซึ่งเมื่อเราใช้ภาษามาเรียกความเป็นพี่น้องเราชาวพุทธน้ำเสียงแห่งการดูหมิ่นถิ่นแคลนก็จะหายไปถ้าเราอยากให้โลกนี้ปรองดองกันเราชาวพุทธต้องเริ่มต้นรักกันจากภายในชุมชนของเราเองให้ได้เสียก่อน
And I strongly believe that after this conference is finished, the terms that is going to be used in the Buddhist world from now on would change into the different traditions that has passed on through the Pali tradition and the Sanskrit tradition. And this would become the new norm of how we relate to one another. And I'm sure that this would create a more harmonious exchange between all of us in the Buddhist world. And we as Buddhists, we should start to make a change and be the example of how we can come together in a harmonious way with a loving heart and not separating or looking down on one another. And this would be the example, a great example to the world.
พูดให้เป็นภาษากวีก็คงจะต้องบอกว่าก่อนที่เราจะโอบกอดคนทั้งโลกด้วย compassion ด้วยไมตรีจิตมิตรภาพเราคนในบ้านต้องโอบกอดซึ่งกันและกันให้ได้เสียก่อน
If I were to say this more poetically, it is like before you start to embrace everybody in the world, first you start off by embracing the people inside your own home. And this starts off with us in the Buddhist world to start embracing one another.
ประเด็นที่สองที่พระองค์ทรงย้ำอยู่เสมอนั่นก็คือเราสังฆะรุ่นใหม่ซึ่งมีภารกิจที่จะต้องนำเอาพระพุทธศาสนาไปส่งต่อถึงมือคนรุ่นใหม่ในโลกสมัยใหม่จะต้องร่วมกันทำให้พระพุทธศาสนาของเรามีรูปโฉมโนมพันธ์หรือใบหน้าที่ดูใหม่อยู่เสมอ
The second topic that I would want to share is His Holiness' encouragement on how the younger generations of Sangha members would relate to the Buddhist teachings and spread it out to the new generation of people in the world through new ways of exchange, new ways of interacting, through new media and new ways of talking about the Buddhist teachings that is relevant to today's world.
เพื่อที่จะนำพระพุทธศาสนาของเราไปส่งถึงมือคนรุ่นใหม่ดังนั้นเราจำเป็นจะต้องทำงานกับผู้เชี่ยวชาญที่มีความแตกต่างหลากหลายในศาสตร์ด้านต่างๆไม่ทำเฉพาะกับเราชาวพุทธด้วยกันเองเราอาจจะต้องร่วมมือกับนักวิทยาศาสตร์กับนักสิ่งแวดล้อมกับนักรัฐศาสตร์กับนักการเมืองการปกครองแม้กระทั่งกับนักธุรกิจหรือกับศิลปิน
And in order to spread the teachings towards the new generation of people, we as Buddhists need to work outside of our own Buddhist circle. Not only traditional ways, but we need to work with new groups of people, whether it will be politicians, new entrepreneurs, new social environmentalists, new media people, younger generations of people who can spread the teachings in many different ways, including many different artists who we as Buddhists should start to incorporate working together with other people of different sects as well.
ผู้นำทางศาสนารุ่นใหม่จำเป็นจะต้องรู้เท่าทันว่าในโลกตะวันตกศาสนากำลังมาถึงจุดที่ตีบตันเพราะว่าคนรุ่นใหม่นั้นเติบโตมาในภูมิหลังแบบวิทยาศาสตร์มีความเป็นเหตุเป็นผลอะไรก็ตามที่ไม่ make sense คนรุ่นใหม่จะไม่ตอบสนองฉะนั้นเราจำเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่จะต้องนำเสนอคำสอนของพระพุทธเจ้าให้มีความสอดคล้องหรืออย่างน้อยที่สุดก็ไปกันได้กับองค์ความรู้ทางวิทยาศาสตร์
Especially in today's world, people now have a very scientific background in how they view the world and how they view things. So in order to be able to spread the teachings of Buddhism, we really need to make it more scientific, make it more applicable to the scientific community and people to really make sense of the teachings. And this has become a big challenge to all religious leaders and religious traditions of this age. And we as Buddhists should encourage the working with scientific communities and making our teachings more scientifically accepted.
พูดสั้นๆในประเด็นที่สองก็คือรักษาแก่นของพระพุทธศาสนาเอาไว้แต่นำเสนอให้น่าสนใจ
So the core of the second topic is to maintain the core teachings of the Buddhist teachings, but make the application, the spreading or the talking about the Buddhist teaching more interesting to the new generations of people.
ประเด็นที่สามซึ่งเป็นประเด็นสุดท้ายในการที่เราจะนำเสนอพระพุทธศาสนาสู่โลกสมัยใหม่นั่นก็คือสังฆะของเราจะต้องรู้เท่าทันว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับโลกใบนี้โลกใบนี้ต้องการอะไรที่พระศาสนาจะมอบให้ได้
My third and final topic is the fact that our Sangha would have to be in current understanding of the world situations and be able to know what the world situation would need and want to receive from the Buddhist teachings and what we can deliver to the world situations at the moment.
กระผมเองได้ทำงานกับองค์การสหประชาชาติมากกว่า10 ปีได้รับเชิญได้รับนิมนต์ให้ไปเยี่ยมค่ายผู้ลี้ภัยมาแล้วทั่วโลกรู้สึกสะเทือนใจมากที่ทุกวันนี้มีผู้ลี้ภัยมากกว่า100 ล้านคน
I've myself have been working with the UN and have visited many refugee camps all around the world, and I'm very touched by how many refugees there are in the world. There's more than 100 million people who are now considered refugees throughout the world.
นี่คือเรื่องเศร้าแห่งยุคสมัยของเรามันเป็นไปได้อย่างไรที่ในยุคสมัยของเรายังคงมีสงครามกระจายอยู่ทุกหนทุกแห่งและมีคนไร้บ้านมากกว่าจำนวนประชากรของหลายๆประเทศในยุคนี้เสียอีก
This is actually the sad situation of our world, that we are still living in the state of there are still wars happening, there's still conflicts happening, and there's so many different refugee camps, concluding to be even more than some nations' population.
อีกหนึ่งปัญหาที่คุกคามประชาคมโลกอยู่ตอนนี้ก็คือ climate change หรือ global warming.
Another topic, another issue that is really threatening the humans, the world at large, is the climate change.
และอีกหนึ่งปัญหาก็คือความเครียดโรคซึมเศร้าที่กัดกินคนทั่วโลกแล้วดูเหมือนว่าอารยธรรมซึมเศร้านี้อารยธรรมเครียดนี้กระจายไปทั่วโลกนี่ก็คือสิ่งที่เรียกว่าอารยธรรมแห่งความรุนแรงแต่สะท้อนออกมาเป็นความอ่อนแอในหมู่ประชาคมโลกยุคปัจจุบัน
And the other thing is the level of stress that people feel in the world and the level of depression that people are now starting to feel in the world. This is a very big issue that is spreading out throughout the world, and this reflects the sense of sadness, the sense of loss in the people's heart, and it turns into the weakness of people in the world that cannot handle even the situations of themselves. And this is a situation that we really need to look into.
ประเด็นสำคัญระดับโลกเหล่านี้จำเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่สังฆะแห่งโลกยุคใหม่จะต้องตระหนักรู้ให้เท่าทันว่าโลกของเรากำลังเผชิญกับคลื่นลูกไหนแล้วเราจะผลิตคำสอนแบบใดที่ตอบสนองหรือเยียวยาความทุกข์แห่งยุคสมัยของเรา
So these are the examples of the major issues in the world that are like waves in the ocean, where we as the Sangha of Buddhist Sangha needs to realize and understand the situation and how we can relate to the situations and help out the world through our wisdom relatively and more and very appropriately to the situations at hand.
และประเด็นสุดท้ายที่อยากจะฝากไว้ก็คือว่าในยุคโลกาภิวัตน์คำว่าเผยแผ่ศาสนาอาจจะเป็นคำที่มีนัยเชิงลบเพราะคนรุ่นใหม่ไม่ appreciate ไม่ชื่นชมกับการเผยแผ่ศาสนาอีกต่อไปแล้วเราจะทำอย่างไรเมื่อเราจะนำคำสอนไปแบ่งปันแก่คนรุ่นใหม่คำตอบก็คือการเผยแผ่ที่ดีที่สุดก็คือเราต้องเป็นในสิ่งที่เราจะสอนเป็นในสิ่งที่เราจะแบ่งปันบางครั้งเราสามารถเผยแผ่ธรรมะโดยไม่จำเป็นต้องพูดแต่เราเป็นแล้วให้คนเหล่านั้นสัมผัสได้ ว่าธรรมะมันดีอย่างนี้มันมีประโยชน์อย่างนี้เองแล้วเขาจะเกิดศรัทธาอย่างลึกซึ้งและนั่นแหละคือการเผยแผ่ที่ไม่กระทบกระเทือนจิตใจใครเลย
And I would end with the final words that in our age of globalization, actually the word spreading the religion can sometimes be viewed as negative in the eyes of the younger generations. So that can pose as a problem for us if we want to spread Buddhism. But actually, the best way to spread the teachings is actually to incorporate the teachings within one's being. And you can be the example of the teachings if you practice it and you accomplish the state of the teachings that is supposed to happen. And the way that you live your life would be the example of the teachings. So you can spread the Buddhist teachings without having to teach or to force people to be accepting them. And this is my final point that I want to address.
ในท้ายที่สุดนี้ก็หวังว่าการประชุมเช่นนี้จะเกิดขึ้นอีกครั้งแล้วครั้งเล่าเพื่อให้เราสังฆชาวพุทธได้มารู้จักได้มาถักทอได้มาสานสัมพันธ์และได้เป็นชุมชนหนึ่งเดียวกันที่จะนำเอาอารยธรรมแห่งสันติภาพจากพระพุทธองค์ไปส่งให้ถึงมือของคนทั้งโลกของเรา
So finally, I would like to congratulations this conference, and I would hope that this kind of conference would keep happening again and again in the future, and it would create a very harmonious situation where the Buddhist people of all over the world can come together and become friends with one another, and then we can spread the teachings and we can revive the Buddhist teachings that is really appreciative in the world in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable, your valedictory, dynamic valedictory speech. I've covered a wide range of subjects and how Buddhism, as a Buddhist practitioner, we should approach, and also how Buddhism should be reached out to the modern society. And these are the really important things that Buddhist Dharma teachers should keep in mind. So now I would like to request Venerable Sarangara Nayaka Mahathero. After completing his successful academic career and also his the religious trainings, over 3 decades, Venerable Sri Sankara dedicated himself to fulfilling spiritual needs and fostering unity among Buddhists in Malaysia. He established the Sri Jayanti Welfare Organization in 1991, initiating free clinic tuition classes and the Metta home for homeless elders. To broaden the reach of these initiatives, he founded the Mahakaruna Buddhist Society in 2001, extending charitable services and establishing the Mahakaruna Compassionate Home for Senior Citizens in 2003. Venerable Sarankara expanded his philanthropic endeavors through the Mahakaruna Foundation in 2006, aiding various groups irrespective of ethnicity or religious beliefs. Recognizing his contribution, the Malavate chapter of Syamupali conferred the title Adhikarana Sangha Nayaka in 2008. Further, the honor was followed in 2017 from the Supreme Council of Mahasangha and the Malavata chapter, Kandy, Sri Lanka, with the title Sangha Kirti Shri, acknowledging his role in elevating the Malaysian Buddhist movement. Venerable Sarankara remains a spiritual guide, leading numerous Buddhist societies and philanthropic ventures in Malaysia and Sri Lanka. Now I would like to request Venerable Sarankara to give his valedictory address. Venerable.
May I have a humble permission, the Holy Sangha, to speak. Respectable Madhu Mahasangha, this conference quite unique. I strongly believe it. His Holiness achieved objective this conference. Organizers, look at this now at this particular moment in this hall. The beauty in this place from the day one to until last day. Number of participants remaining, that's itself achievement. When we see the many conferences, the last day very few people. But over here, I strongly believe it. Each and every speaker's amount of homework they done, the research they done, presentation they done, it'll go into deep philosophical, very much academical, the knowledge able to pass around with that great compassion and love. I see in each and every speakers what the preparation, the text knowledge given from this two channel, Pali channel and Sanskrit channel. Just Venerable mentioned, this conference, this hall, in future addressing Pali and Sanskrit channel. Of course, there is 3 schools, we believe it, Mahayana, Theravada and Vajrayana. If we used to short call MTV, this is the tradition, Sanskrit and Pali. The ancient wisdom able to contribute so much until today. No one else denied any of the changes when the time to come. Timeless message given by the Buddha is still relevant, is practical. Members of Mahasangha, brothers and sisters, this conference, earlier we had in Zoom, when we had in the lockdown period, and beside that, the small scale Pali and Sanskrit tradition number of discussion when taken place various places. Certain places is their home base, the small in the university level, they had the certain conference and Pali and Sanskrit. But this particular conference, organizers have a great vision to harmony each and everyone, to maintain strongly the spirit of unity among Sangha members. That's why I mentioned earlier, the organizers can be happy, especially being in this holy land, to have it such a conference, not easy things. It's hard work done by the number of people. You may find only this couple of days. Behind the screen, there's so much work involved. We highly appreciated each and every one of your patience, understanding, and so much support given into success this particular conference. Just not only conference itself, just get the knowledge, the data knowledge itself. The presenters maintain very clearly what they mention, put into the practical part of day-to-day life. He mentioned Prabhakma Vihara, the explanation, how is practical day-to-day life, they get involved, how is the Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upeka practically approaching that in the field they require your help and guidance. The various ways. This is self-teaching of the Buddha, of course, ultimate spiritual achievement. But before that, in samsara journey, we had to do many other good things in order to achieve our objective. I strongly believe it. This conference, Buddha mentioned, 4 types of grain, the greatest wealth we can accumulate. I strongly believe it. Each and every one of you having to gain this gathering. Definitely, physically, as speakers mentioned, gain the mentally and the socialize as well as for the spiritual. Physical well-being is important. To be stronger, physical strength not going to be forever. Physical strength remaining certain time period. What is the most important thing? The speakers mentioned very clearly. Beside that, there's another well-being required. The mental well-being. Mental well-being able to achieve as well. Through your own practices, was Venerable mentioned earlier, you don't find your great spiritual highest gain in the university lecture room. Lecture room, get the knowledge. Text knowledge, you get it. The text knowledge is self-being knowledge. Without your practice, without cultivation, without purification of oneself mind, we are nowhere to lead. This conference able to cater practical approach, number of speakers they mentioned, to be physically, to be stronger while you are in this samsaric journey. The mental well-being is important in samsaric journey. We are next existence, we are taking our own mental well-being. Then over here, there's another wonderful scene I've seen, social well-being. To socialize with the right, good, virtuous people around. Wonderful Kalyan Mitta, the spiritual friends, they're able to get friends, new friends, Dhamma practitioners, their guidance. They are being socialized with the right people. That is required in samsaric journey. Once you complete all those areas, the greatest, highest spiritual well-being we are able to attain through our cultivation, purification, all those how in all mind. Remember the Mahasangha, your great compassion, your great loving kindness, the great qualities are continuous, selfless, life is spent for the towards mankind, it requires your guidance require many more sentient beings to overcome in samsara suffering circle. We can see the various part of the places, as speakers mentioned, number of incidents happening, challenges a lot. But the one beautiful part of the teaching of the Buddha, even though 3 schools, but the unity maintaining until today. There's no incident occurred, criticism or any other issues, argument or war among these 3 traditions. The unity had to maintain. His Holiness mentioned number of occasions, unity among Sangha members, the great strength, what the Buddha mentioned 2,600 years ago. Until that spirit maintaining each and every Sangha members, practitioners, that's our strength. The strength keep on continue to maintain. I highly appreciate each and every presenters, papers presenters, given so much the knowledge for us to, a lot of academical part, all those wonderful, the lectures, I strongly believe it, if you're able to organize us, able to put it some certain ways to reach out to the others, it's going to be a lot of benefit. If you put into the small booklets, definitely going to be, it's the greatest, the benefit to all this, each and every, all those academic knowledge or teaching of the Buddha, very practical approach is going to be very much helpful for all those practitioners. Anyway, highly appreciated. Thank you very much, each and every one of your kind listening and patient. This is the, as I mentioned earlier, number of time, objective achieved. Thanks for the organizers. Thanks His Holiness for they had a great vision to Sangha members, in the more Sangha members than lay community. Sangha members, the more there's an Internet Sangha forum, objective achieved. That's the greatest achievement, as well as for the among Sangha members, the message you are taking alone, yielding her to our own this spiritual journey going to be the wonderful. That finally, me each and every one of you made this contribution to liberate all the sentient beings in final salvation, Nirvana. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Venerable Sarankara, for your valuable views and suggestions and guidance regarding the dissemination of Buddhism. So now I would like to request for the another valedictory speaker, Venerable Ngawang Tenzin Gyatso, who has completed his master's degree from Sambhurnanand Sanskrit University in Varanasi. And after that, he has been involved for decades as the administrator of Druk Sangha Chuling Monastery in Darjeeling, and also currently the president of Tara Devi Temple, Bodh Gaya. Besides that, he is involved in various philanthropic activities, including establishment of schools for the less privileged children. Venerable Ngawang Tenzin Gyatso, please.
Honorable Chairperson, Geshe Ngawang Samdela, let me say a few words in Tibetan. Ta kingo chikdu dube kewe shenyin number so. Dene zamli sayi tewa toshi ten sumana shine kabar chen dende chik nali ya ngaran so lenso nani diya ngaran so sawe lama sangye kundu sawe lama sumana shinche kiamgi yishinu wege chik
군대네 송퇴 되네 퇴섬당 초백 치가 사무시라 중요래 샤산 개바상부시라 중부래 당가란리아 케벨레셰 ngalikaisha ini ngasane de tenge sheda de zingyol henzo nyamdo nyimachu chukche che laga chebinsa laga chebe nyuad kolya shuchwaje ngate toiste ya geje nangbel henzo chen International Buddhist Council Buddhist chen this soba nyingbachi resha ngemaran cha tabje France 도시내 나로를 예배 는 공부하다 제나 도시된이야 공부 사가 쉬어서 큰 돈에 결하식 요래 디난에 응업중 섬실 서버 양다 슌을 대비해 제샤벨 텐조 서버된데 다들 현성을 돌이야 서버 지수 샤브데 밀리아 International Buddhist Council Buddhist in Tana Yore, Dinalia, Tene, Dalichindu Sumbenalia, Yu Penche, Tenegansu, Texing, Gwene, Ganda, Ganso Pebe, Chabachingwenia, the Unzi Gushabde, Talungai, Tuschen Sungu Yore, Ine Tande, Loshig Relia. Leg Jeshabe Trundes Nalika, Yomarite, Tade, Tugab Sambu Dende, Kalia, the Yamruchenia, Legache Sungudu, Chedu Galia, De Lega Cheve Kalia, so Utinge, Nanson, the look, the little Shuche Shave, Denide, Manzo, Chimbala Seve, Kwan number Sama Yore, the Zingyum do Kakanange, Yanganso Yam to Shebji. Shabji Shebe, Gabasangbu Shira Chunson, Dendege, Gabasangbu Dendege Tolia, Shigia, Jiglegache Shabde, Nanso, Nangbe Shugun, some Tabina, Rang, Gavachebla Chesira, Shen Gavachebla Chesira, Chesira, Shumado, Tene, Karsagun Jigdin Chigangolia, thank you, Tuji Shua, Tabutinde, Nalka Yomare. 다디 겸거를 미세게 다데 미세게 소조 니톨이야 주시디 태부 최종게 감면 만나버체 발리게 릴로 산스크리트게 릴로 톨이야 손도 소버디 시라게 랍심비체 레상고도 녜메 되러 망부 생각을 땜벌 냥엘인데 사베첼이야 년도에 대버섭게 세야당 강에 망부 중부에 되는 안수 태과 추아 태과 차 전민 다윈사 런시기 여와 신부 시부지 차되게 요래 템벌기야 마삼체 타니엘 삼나단의 대도 강리야 런시기 여와 신부 시부지 차두고 요래 세상 단대게 손대 된델이야 지 산스크리트게 토 지게 데니즘바당 나서 빨리가 톨이야 지금 냠내나 셔베 된데 쉬셔 톨이야 그 손도 소빈즈 런싱게 나라서 참에 직 튼데 차다 직직리야 템버직 로미이베 자셰데 시라슈 셔르 신송사베 나랑 걸리야데 소아슈 첨부 신송 제사 다 된데 제바디 겸거르베신 제바디 탑케바 투지 첨부 제바 시라 야부시 레셔섬 나란딜이야 신도 제수이라 슈구유 다 do some tandogal Pali tradition, Sanskrit tradition, Sedigalia, Kujmeb, Yorde, Dilia, Kan number, Tosam Jishe, Shabachin Namina, Digalia, Relu Mangu Shibuchi, Su, Chide Yuada, number Sanjig, Temba Chige, Lomaya, Gadu Yang answer 20 Yawa Yuada, Zasam Yawa Yuada, Tembalia, Zingo, Besum Chale, Shirapendo Chimbushun Samja. The young winner Tani Gamgun Biches, Dende Consha Delia, Narangunia, Winnet, Gamgun Biches, Get Zeba Dendelia, Chesu Iranta, 탑 캐버 투지 셴벽의 섬기 매개부 재산 레샤섬 덴데 정가는 소구여 데네 다 도시텔이야 지단계 넘버스 캔고야 지글이야 덤버 상계 점된데 상계베 내시그레데 얘네 간소 덴베게 덴바 냠그 첸로 망부 시부치 중부레 간소 남베 따루날이야 따와마 튀미제 덴발리아 시라 규자 중부레 디젤이야 데네 출루신도 주부디 신다게 진고진신세 강의시라 중요래 디젤이야 카제 톨리아 센쇼그 톨리아 강의시라 중부레 디젤 직동 인질리아 데토지된데 자가 인지 월 예배 갑라 남베네 망부 시버치리아 냠시 네 가셔철이야 제마 시버체 빼는게만 개보 아쇼가 양엔 대베 갑리아 덤번 양엔 레데는 로망부 치요 마르테 네 망부치 제마 시버레 요와르나셀리아 대시 초군 고벤네 든지 제마 시버다 사조 정도 양엔 대베 제마 시버다 제마 시버 망부 시버치 중부레 데네 개부코나 완단 시부 인상 데네 캐버든솔리아 가서가 세주 단스전 단디 요와르나셀리아 데네 템버시 초고 고샤스전 담두 캬베 스웨델리아 아쇼케게 도링스야 아쇼케 필러스야 데 중국을 두스 상만 네 덴데 상만 제쇼야 덴데 중국에 이 치스야 자가 인지 월 예베칼 로드 커닝감 코랑아서 남바 상계바 용속게 까디 시라시 전과에 지레 섬기여 코랑게 까딜리아 남베 네 망고 시비치기야 야 사오니야 즉 녜베 마세 돈줄리아 당이 나야당 빼나간수 단데디 도시땡게 겐둘라 술라칸 첨부 등수 참마 로드 커닝감게 까딜레 때니 단데 야고 시비친 저기부터 코랑게 까디 중부에 다 등수 상마 지단게 샤중게 다 까미탑시니 디링 안존네 덴데게 캐바첼리아 참은 좀주 여바 데는 점리 망보니 패셰델리아 담셰 나주 여바 된 남바스네 데네 겸고를 비시 쇠베 데리 캐베 옹보 망보게 데네 손지 년주 여바도 참마 타식도 나란서 베베게 셰주 여바나시 퇴신바 마르게까지 레스모나시 타식도 나란서 야고 요한테 타식도 겸고가와 탐지 겸보 공수심be까지나 레 제사 나란서 남바상게 바디까지 데체한데 계신불레 믹세드 베바 인사베 절이야 베바삼 마인베 데네 히말라야 리귤리에 바카리 있나 데까지 제야다 까지 템바 마세 겸고는 비세 가루 숭바데 타식도 샤교나야데 시라 계신불레 제사 덴데신 남바이나 손데 덴데 소베 거바 캐버망 베게 숭베 거바 캐난소 타 릉분인데 패배 그보다 상벌의 선구도 제산디 나랑게 섬주다 단데 니마 카셰리리아 나랑소 칸라칸좀 최대답이 차빈사 나메게 니스도스진 슈비인스제 한 체카셰지 인지톨 슈초아제 Sorry, I have to say few words in Tibetan. I don't have anything to say a wise saying or like the great eminent speakers or the scholars. I have worked here during these 10-15 days together with International Buddhist Federation New Delhi under the umbrella of Shambhala and the colleagues. And for me, it's a great honor to work with them. I don't have much experience, but my colleagues, the members of International Buddhist Council Bodh Gaya, worked very hard, not only IBC Bodh Gaya, but I think we must remember the hard work done by the people at the backstage. They really worked day and night for so many days without any complaint. And that's a wonderful to see that a true sign of Buddhist practices is being practiced by even people ordinary like my friends. So it's a great honor, again, in this wonderful place of Bodh Gaya, a very sacred place, the navel of earth, we say, and to have a great teacher, leader, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama is a great fortune for us. Because when Buddhism really went down in the 11th century, there were not many great leaders who could bring that Buddhist reputation, Buddhist divine presence, and Buddhist teaching back to like in the old times. And that was the same in Tibetan history too. But with the leadership like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Buddhism is now spread all over in the world. The teaching of Buddha is totally understood by many people in the world. Even the scientists appreciate the practices and the philosophy of Buddhism. So it's a wonderful that, and I think it's very wonderful to realize that we have this great leader, and despite of his old age, His Holiness came all the way down from Dharamsala, from Sikkim, to a place like Bodh Gaya, where the facilities are very, very poor. So that's itself, it is a great act of Bodhisattva, great karuna, the wisdom that he has imparted these last few days. So we are all fortunate, and we all must pray for the good health of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that he live long and he continue to benefit many, many sentient beings like before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tenzin, for your views and experience that you shared with us regarding your presence in Bodh Gaya and the organizational aspect and also your involvement and being the president of International Buddhist Council Bodh Gaya. So you have participated and also involved in various activities of Buddhist temples in Bodh Gaya. So now I would like to invite Mr. Chimpa, who is the main person behind the organization of this mega event. So Mr. Chimpa is the coordinator of the Southeast Asia Office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Singapore, and he is involved in various activities and organizations, not only in Singapore, but also in Malaysia and Indonesia and other parts, and also organizing pilgrimage and organizing teachings of His Holiness, bringing people from Southeast Asia to Dharamsala on a regular basis yearly. Mr. Chimpa, please.
Pay homage to the Dharma, the Buddha, Dharma, and Sanghas. Dear Mahasanghas and Honorable Chairperson Geshe Sandela, and our Senior Secretary Gun Tempasrinla. So before I say thank you speech, so I need to make some clarification for the audience for last 2 days. They have 2 questions. Our chairperson, Geshe Sandela, pose these two questions to our organizers. So here, as on behalf of organizers, I just clarify two questions for you. The one question is on last day, there's some, I think, a statement of talking about the Bhikshuni traditional. So here, I think we have our special guest from Center Dependent Government, CTA, Secretary General of Department of Religion, Chimi Tseyongla. Chimi Tseyongla, maybe you want to say something about the statement? No? Okay. So actually, His Holiness work and Tibetan Department of Religion work out this issue for already long times. But until now, we're still in the working stage and there's no conclusion yet. It's not from the His Holiness side. It's from the other part of the world. Even many vacation on the audience for the Buddhist leaders, His Holiness mentioned, organize such an event to discussion about Bhikshuni traditional issues, So His Holiness say, I'm open-minded. For his authority, he only can give Gishima. So we have so many, nouns become Gishimas. So for the Bhikshuni boss, he say, we only can decide among the Buddhist community, not only one person. So I think from today's conference, we have a statement also. Everyone hope we have more dialogue, more events. So what I feel now, I'm feeling tired and sleepy. And one more thing is stress, and we need to have organize more events in the futures. But of course, because of everybody's support behind the scenes, I think we can achieve more of His Holiness commitment in the futures. So here, it is final days. Behalf of all the organization, I really thanks His Holiness Office and International Confederation, IBC, Delhi, Tibetan Buddhist Center, Singapore, Tibetan House, Japan, Saja Dampalin, Selangor Buddhist Development Council, Foundation of Buddhist Brotherhood, Sarvajaya State Buddhist College of Tangerang, Banten, Indonesia, Youth Buddhist Society of India, Lapsam Shiralim, Korea, Gilu International Foundation, Vajra Buddhist Council of Malaysia, International Buddhist Council Buddhikaya, Telu Hutu Foundation, Russia and Mongolia, Dharma Drop Foundation, Thailand, Tibetan House, New Delhi, the Dalai Lama Center for Tibetan and Asian Indian Wisdom, Bulgaria, Rachna Wen Foundation, Vima Daya Lane Foundation, Snow Lotus Foundation, Vietnam, Guanyin University, Taiwan, and Shenzhen University, Taiwan, Shide Wonam Associations, Waba Temple, Buddhikaya, Buddhikaya Temple Management Committee, and Royal Thai Temple, Buddhikaya. Also, we get a support from Sanad University. Really special thanks for them also. And here, A really special thanks for our team members and all the volunteers, all the speakers, and all the Mahasanghas come along the way to come to Buddha Gaya to make this event to successful. Sincerely, I'm the person I'm not the speakers, and I have a little knowledge. Always talk to my team members. I'm the dreamer. So you all make my dream become a truth. So I'm really thanks for them for hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jimba, the person who is behind the show. And now I would like to, the resolution statement has been read by Kongu Tempala, and everybody has heard it. And now I think as a formality, we need to pass the resolution. Kindly please raise your hands to pass this resolution. Kindly please. Raise your hands. Cha jangrona tanda ngonzu de konglia tuju sha shabati ani kongtembla ge inge tholia jalona bre odi tanda tuju shabati ani mithuna ya tundalia cha jangrona. Thank you very much. It is 100% passed. Thank you.
Gisela, sorry, I forget to say thanks to one person. In the first days, I'm so sorry. They prepare a very, very nice food for His Holiness and all the dignitary Mahasanghas. Mrs. Womo, this key, and they called the chef from Mumbai to all the high five-star standard food for His Holiness. Thank you, Womoji. Thank you so much.
So now I'm asked to give a remark and thank our panels. So now this is the last day and the last session of the 3 days conference. And sometimes it happens that when things keep on going, we do not realize the importance. As many of our colleagues already expressed, the importance and auspiciousness of this gathering. It is not like just conference, academic conferences and social gatherings and things like that, but this is a philosophical, dharmic, religious, spiritual gathering all the traditions of Buddhism at a place. Earlier we were distant due to geographical reasons and also due to various factors. Now we have come together in a single hall, meeting together, expressing our views on different topics, sharing our experiences. So His Holiness has envisioned this many, many years back, that the traditions, He has not only the Buddhist community, but also the entire humanity, and He has made different levels of approaches. But with respect to the Buddhist community, including all of the traditions at the different all the Buddhist countries, He has envisioned to get together, to sit together, and to share our experience and share our views. So that being the same student of same teacher, we have commonalities, more commonalities than differences. The commonalities are because of the, three shikshas. Shila shiksha, samadhi shiksha, and panya shiksha. And these are the main pillars of Buddhism that the Buddha has taught and left for us. And we are supposed to be living with this. And that is what we are doing. And in all the Buddhist traditions, we have been doing this, and very successfully. Earlier, due to geographical distances, we did have some kind of apprehension or misinformation among our traditions. For example, I would like to mention one incident that we organized at our Tibetan University in Sarnath, organized the first kind of Vinaya conference for 4 days, inviting from Dharmakupta tradition, from Theravada Dharmakupta tradition from Taiwan and other places where this tradition is prevalent, and of course the Theravada tradition from Sri Lanka, from Myanmar and Thailand and Cambodia, and the Mool Sarvastivada tradition from Tibetan, Mongolia and the Himalayan region and many other places. So when we met together, when we were about to meet, before we started our conversation and interaction, everybody had this kind of perception that ours is a complete and ours is the purest form. Everybody had this. When lastly everyone expressed their feeling, everybody had this kind of notion in the beginning, but after 4 days of a very intensive deliberation, everybody started saying that we should have all the gatherings, Varshavas and Uposhad together, because everything is quite similar and quite perfect. There's no difference at all, except some of the details of some minor rules. Besides that, everything is observed in every tradition. So after that, there was a very common kind of respect to each other, to everybody, towards other traditions, and similar kind of conferences and seminars and meetings on Vinaya was conducted many times thereafter. That meeting was inaugurated and headed by His Holiness. He liked it very much, and so that was kind of the beginning of such deliberations and interaction among ourselves. So His Holiness, as Venerable said, that the Pali tradition and Sanskrit tradition, the concept and the notion behind naming these two traditions as a wide and very liberal attitude. So this kind of attitude, with this kind of leadership that we have, is because of which we could come together, and this kind of gathering was unimaginable before 25, 30 years back. Now, with such a purity of mind, with such a good motivation, with the very spiritual, environment, we are here together, and so sharing our thoughts and sharing our experiences and traditions, with which we develop respect to each other. The respect is bound to be generated if we have the pure awareness and the proper awareness of each other's tradition. Because each of the tradition is pure, and they are based on the Shila Shiksha, Samadhi Shiksha, and Panya Shiksha. And these are being practiced in each of the traditions. So there's no way that there could be any kind of, sentiment of getting each other distance. It has to be. We are bound to come together. So in the last, 3 days, we had about 10 sessions, and each of the session was very productive and also very interactive, and which each of the presentation has shown their own kind of, the practices and their views and their intellectual pursuits, and among which we have been discussing these, things in many places. The International Buddhist Congregation also have been conducting this kind of international conferences for the last many years. But this time, one thing that I found very specific is the young monastics who have been involved in IT, artificial intelligence, gamifications, and softwares, and the animations of stories of the life of the Buddha and many other things. I think this is a call of the time, call of the day, because these are required. Because we had already at the global level problems of children and youngsters involved in such kind of games which has made many of the children lose their memory, lose their interest in study, and many have lost their lives even. So for such a purpose, with the virtuous kind of stories and with the virtuous kind of contents, if we can introduce the animations of various, the great persons, and animations and games about generosity, and as you know that there are some games which are actually meant to be, meant to reduce the capitalistic approach in population, but that reversely affected the society. I don't remember the actual game of the name of the game, but that reversely affected. So if in the games, the electronic games, if you can come up with certain games which can generate some virtues and some kind of the virtuous sentiments among youngsters, that would certainly be very beneficial. And at the same time, there are many kind of different approaches through which through the artificial intelligence the society can be benefited. So at the moment in the world, we have so many problems. At the global level, the planet on which we inhabit, we live, is at a very crucial stage. It is at a very alarming stage that has caused because of humans' exploitation of natural resources. So we need to curb these exploitations so that for our future generations we can pass on this earth with a more livable state. Otherwise, we experience tsunamis, flood, drought, and global warming that we experience everywhere globally. So these are all because of the exploitation of natural resources and our thoughtlessness practices. So we need to, bring these things at the international level, bring these things in the education, bring these things in the economic systems, bring these things in the political systems, so that we can curb these things. Even if we cannot reverse it completely back to our earlier stage, we can, curb it and stop it, hold it for, to some extent. Otherwise, it is going to be a very drastic, situation. Likewise, we have conflicts and fightings, wars, and the, degradation of human mentalities in terms of virtuosity. So these are some of the things that we need to address very seriously at global level. This can be done Governments cannot do it through regulations. Our individual teachers, our individual persons can do it. As His Holiness said at the inaugural session, one should practice it, then one can teach it. If one cannot practice, one do not practice it, how one can teach? He cannot teach it because he doesn't have the experience. He may have theoretical knowledge, but he doesn't have the experience to share with others, so it won't be effective. So therefore, we, the Buddhists, particularly our monastics, must practice as it is being done. We must reinforce our practices, and also we should guide our lay people to practice more genuinely, authentically, and pass their lives more virtuously, more spiritually. And then, as Venerable also said, that the science is the culture, modern culture, 21st century's culture. So to speak through the language of science is the call of the time. So as His Holiness has already initiated for the last over 3 decades, dialogue with the scientist, and science, Buddhism has impacted a lot on science, and science is taking different shapes than earlier because of having interaction with Buddhism. And the Buddhist rich resource of Buddhist system of mind, science of mind, which is not available in modern science. So this rich tradition can be shared with the science, and many have this kind of apprehension that many are used to ask me, scholars and leaders and thinkers used to ask me about 10, 15 years back, that is His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the scholars and the leaders validating the Buddhism by the scientist? We are not validating the Buddhism by the scientist. We are sharing it. It is being experimented in the laboratories, and they bring up in their scientific language. We, the practitioners, the traditional practitioners, we have been practicing it for thousands of years, and we have conviction that this works. For example, how compassion can be generated, why compassion can be generated, and how beneficial compassion is. We know that, we practice it, we experience it. But this has to be communicated out of Buddhist circle. So for that, the scientists have been working on this, and they have found it very productive, very practical, pragmatic, and then empirically they have done research, and through their researches they have shown the efficacy of the practice of compassion. So now, for example, the social, emotional, and ethical learning is being practiced, being introduced in many thousands of schools in over 40 countries all over the world. One amazing story is that Ukraine government has adopted that officially in their schools, social, emotional, and ethical learning, based on His Holiness's concept of education. So Ukrainian ministers have said that during their calamity, for the past very critical situation, they have said that the most powerful benefit that they have received is the social emotional learning in the schools and in the society, because they have benefited a lot in maintaining their tranquility during this crisis. So, with this kind of gathering, some of the venerables and scholars have been suggesting that we have been gathering and we have been meeting, but we need more exercises like joint projects, joint deliberations to benefit society and to benefit humanity. So I think we may come up, everybody may think about, organizations may think about the coming, to develop certain projects so that we can jointly, the Theravadin and the Pali tradition and the Sanskrit traditions can come together with some certain programs and projects. So with these, so I was thinking that bridging tradition is certainly, literally meaningful, and embracing modernity by Buddhism, I think Buddhism should embrace modernity because modernity needs Buddhism. It is not because I am saying, we are saying, the Buddhists are saying, but it is scientists saying, social scientists saying, philosophers saying, thinkers say that they need Buddhism in the present society, present era in society, and to have it incorporated in social system. So, with these words, I would like to thank all of the panelists and valedictory speech makers for your kind and very dynamic speeches. And also, I would like to thank all the audience, the Mahasangha, and the senior, our abbots from various monasteries, and senior, the monastics and the Sangha members from various places, and also our lay audience who have been, here for the last 3 days and who have come from all the way distant places. And I'm sure that you must have been benefited a lot having been exposed to these diverse opinions and culture aspects, and exposing yourself to the dynamism of the Buddhist traditions that we have in hand as a living tradition. So with these words, we all collectively should thank the organizing committee and organizers, Mr. Jimba, and yes, please give a big hand. Miss Weenie, who is also, who has been working day and night together. Mr. Pack, who is in charge of the academic exercises. And Mr. Casey, who is also, behind all these organizations. I'm sorry that I don't remember the other members' name. So we wholeheartedly thank all of the members who have been working, and also many of the volunteer girls and students and youngsters who have been working for this for the successful conduct of this conference. So, and also the catering who has who have served the food for us, tea for us, they are also must be thanked. So I thank each and every one of you. Oh, certainly, translators, and most importantly, our two dynamic moderators, Tongko Rinpoche and Venerable Mahayano. Please come on the podium, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your dynamic presentation and moderating every session very successfully. So thank you very, very much. Thank you. And then at the end, we pray for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and all the great masters of who have been working day and night for the benefit of all the sentient beings, the masters, holy masters of all the traditions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This certainly is an end, but an end, not the end. And we will certainly continue this tomorrow. The dedication session of usually at the end of every sort of conference, we have a dedication session, the prayer, which we will continue tomorrow morning. I will once again, because it's an important thing. So by 7:30, you need to be inside the sitting venue. It's actually not inside the temple, but where behind the temple where the prayers were usually held. So By 7:30, please be seated. No phones, but the ID is a must. And bring your shoe bags if you need. All the chanting members of the monastic Sangha, please be there by 5:30. Ginduba number zo chasu dunde chege kwangla petroba narona. And then shendon sungi ginduba digedi chuzo nga da chega la pege perona sanyi shoge ki shendon sunga de tindegi. Ani now we have a photo session. Yeah, we have a photo session here of the speakers on the stage. Followed by, we have a photo session of the organizers. All so, Venerable Jimbala just reminded me that he would like to. He asked me to thank the Bihar tourism government for providing this hall, this auditorium, for us to function, have this function. So after this, we would like to have the organizers up on the stage to have a photo session. Please, yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna say. So first we will have the organizers